Rightio. Well, let's have a look. Why not? It's Valheim. No Man's Sky. We are Crash Bandicoot won the poll for the game we actually focus on for this point going forward. Maybe we do the map run. I don't know. I keep postponing it, but I did. Okay, so one of the things that I wanted to do was get the raft mod, because the no map run is basically just going to be me merging around, but I can do that at any point. I'm not going to have boats for a while. But I did want to get... the no map run. I wanted to get raft mod because it's going to be a lot of me boating around. And I'm not opposed. Raft mod does a couple of things that I think would be really cool, which is going to be A, getting rid of the sails, and B, making boating a little more pleasant. Having only 3 boats, as much as I love the longboat, the big boat currently in Valheim, as much as I love it, I think it's all gonna... Actually, you know what? It's gonna entirely depend on how the raft mod handles. But we can look into that at a later point. Besides that, I'm not actually sure. I mean, why not, right? Let's just start the no map run. Where is my title update? Because it's chill and it's calm and it's nice, and I'm in the mood to relax. I've had my hype. I don't need to vent my frustration into rally today. It's been a nice race. What's going on with the capture? Why is that capturing Valheim? It literally does not say capture. What the fuck? It says capture stream raiders. That is literally not stream raiders. What the hell are you doing? What is going on? Okay, I'm going to literally open stream raiders so you stop capturing Valheim in a tiny little window. What is going on? Oh, apparently stream raiders needs an update. Why are you being weird, OBS? I click properties. There's an element I have called stream raiders, right? If I click properties, the window it's meant to target is stream raiders. Window title must match. There you go. You can literally not stuff up at that point. Alright. We good? OBS, you good? Can I capture Valheim now? Are we good? Windows is crashing. Are we good? We're good. Windows actually crashed. Okay, great. Love it. First OBS just says I don't want to work anymore. Next OBS, I don't know. Next Windows crashes. Next, I don't know why. Alright, technical difficulties. I'll be back in a second. There's also a hydrate goop and I will have to get that in a second. Give me a few minutes. Okay. I am back, but I'm still cleaning up a couple of things. I need to restart my soundboard. Right. So we've done a soft reboot. How's the audio? Let's also, that reminds me, let's turn off the auto filtering. Right. Okay. Are we back? Think we're back? Right. We're good. Okay. Good. But why can't you see... Hang on, let's get rid of AFK. Why can't you see the cursor? Capture cursor, limit capture frame rate, anti-cheat compatibility. Yes? Okay. Capture cursor. There we go. That's what's meant to happen. And we're good. Stream Raiders is still there. Okay. We're set. Bizarre sidetrack. Now we have to make a character for the no map run. We have one spare. Peregrine is going to be the PvP character, but I do love Peregrine as a name. Nerd Turgler, our semi-permadeath, the rogue run. Niar drop, reverse boss run. Lysandra. Maybe we cull a couple of these characters. I don't remember what server Lysandra was on. Lysandra clearly died, right? It's a fitting name, considering the idea was to name my characters after witches. Lysandra being the witch, what is it? The witch queen? The frost witch queen? Gruntilda. Grunty. Gertrude is Field Maidens. FBI lady. FBI lady actually doesn't have a home anymore, because FBI lady was the original reverse boss run that we ended up dropping to go in the job. Board brain backwards. Betty, WLC, board can't craft, modded only, board broken creative, border crisis, baked board. Border crisis is blank, they've not gone anywhere, but I love the name, so I had to make them. Border crisis? Honestly! I do want to take the... I want to take this character into servers because the name is... I'm curious. I want to see people's reaction to the name. Do we care so much about being exclusive with a no-map character? Exclusive with that inventory. We're not going to drag things to and from worlds, I think, but... Or we could go with FBI lady. We could go through all of our current gear in the ocean. Of course, we can make a new character, to be certain as well. Lysandra? Frostwitch? Do we make a new character? What's a fitting name for a no-map run? Name throws? Good job. Okay. Things are running smoothly, don't worry. Is there a new hairstyle? Red, dark red, bright orange. We'll go with... It'd be nice if there was a way to actually see the color in regular light. Go with a nice dark brown. A Lara Croft ponytail. Let's go with a Lara Croft ponytail. What do we call them? The irony. The irony that one of the first things I ever streamed in Valheim was Board County, where we cleared out the homeless and the drug dens. And now here we are, possibly going to end up homeless in Valheim. Ah, okay. So, what's a name to do with vagabond? A witch name? A wandering witch. A traveling witch. Is there any reference or fantasy character name we could use for a traveling witch? Or we could be boring and just have bored in the name. Roam abroad. Come on, let's think of a serious name. Let's just think of a witch name. We need to name a witch. I'm gonna name a traveling witch. What would I call her? Forlorn. Some languages that could be read as forlorn. I don't mind that. I don't hate it, that's for sure. Forlorn, forlorn. Go. There we go. Start. New. Let's have a look. Home, sweet home. Nope. Home. Sweet home. Nope. Home, sweat, home. Home, sweat, home. There's the seed name. We could try Albatross. Albatross was actually a lovely map, but it didn't last very long. Although that version of Albatross was pre-mountain update, wasn't it? And the name world is mapless. It's boring. Come on, brain. Kick in creative mode. Let's get a proper map name. What are we calling it? God is lost. Home sweet home. We'll go story mode. It only has to mean something to me, so... As the game froze again. Hey, it loaded. Long ago, the Yule Father Odin united the worlds. He threw down his foes and cast them into the 10th world, then split the boughs that held that prison to the World Tree, and left it the draft unanchored, a place of exile. For centuries, this world slumbered uneasily, but it did not die. As glacial ages passed, kingdoms rose and fell out of sight of the gods. When Odin heard his enemies were growing once again in strength, he looked to Midgard and sent his Valkyries to scour the battlefields for the greatest of their warriors. Dead to the world, they would be born again. In Valheim. I have to read that pretty quick, but we got about 10 seconds spare. Read it a bit slower. And there we are. We actually can't zoom in here. This camera angle is stuck. Where are we? Wow. Valkyrie's got bling. How did I never notice that before? Alright, so first things first. I'm not even going to be able to check the map for where we are. All I know is we're flying basically due west. I'm coming in now, heading north. This is the best I'm going to be able to do is gather my bearings first. Lovely island. Look at this. Home sweet home. And no map is not enabled. No map. Thank you very much. No HUD. No HUD is not a recognized command. It's been a long time in the making. I have been talking about doing a no map run since February. And I've never sat down and actually done it. Everyone else has beat me to it at this point, so... And Science Sean, welcome in. CN? I gotta figure out a way that's phonetically flows. You're heading off? And thank you for lurking today. I hope your day went pretty well, but I'll catch you some other time. I suppose you'll be starting your own stream soon if you are streaming today. Welcome to the 10th world, warrior. I'm Hugin, sent here to guide you on your travels. The megaliths surrounding you are sacrificial stones. They represent the Forsaken, which you must slay in order to ascend to Valhalla. In 3 hours. Ooh. Maybe I end early. We'll get started here. 3 hours is a good time, though. Spend 3 hours in here getting set up, getting my bearings a little bit. Maybe we'll come over and say hi. I don't want to miss more streams. That's been the curse, genuinely. Streaming? The only problem with streaming is that you can't simultaneously stream and then watch other people stream. I'm not that good at multitasking.
Don't drink and say,
Maybe we'll come over and say hi.
milk.
See how well we get set up here first.
Water's health is fucking.
Thank you for the hydrate. Also, Goobin, thank you for the hydrate.
Water, drink, water, drink, water,
I just
bitch.
dropped my...
Drink, water, drink, water, drink, water, bitch.
Where'd my lid go? Where'd the bottle?
Water, drink,
Bottle lid?
water, bitch. Drink, water, drink, water, drink, water, bitch.
Okay, the bottle that is lost. It is lost to the abyss that is underneath my desk. I now have a bottle with no lid. Actually, give me one of these old bottles. That one's still fine. Surely one of these bottles is going to be thrown out. That one. That one's getting thrown out. The lid has been repurposed. Alright, thank you for the hydrate. There we go. And Goobin as well. I also remember. No worries. And if I don't see you later this afternoon, hopefully I'll catch you sometime tomorrow. Cheers for the luck. Thank you for the hydrate. Let's get started on this run, shall we? See how much we can... Oh my god. God, I hate this. My desk is a mess because I've got empty water bottles that need to be thrown out. Or refilled. Washed. But I also went out and I bought 4 cups of coffee. I love my coffee. I am definitely wide awake, which is probably a good thing. But having 4 coffee cups on the desk is something I could definitely do without. Okay. Hello, Hugh. You were explaining something? The stone is a Vegvisir. These magical stones were scattered throughout the lands by Odin as signposts pointing towards the ritual grounds of the Forsaken. If inspected close to this one, reveal the summoning place of Ikathir, my first prey. He is a mighty beast, so you need to properly arm yourself before even attempting to defeat him. Hugo, that's a straight up lie. You can beat Ikathir with grab armor. There's berries over there. Tons of flint around. And I love this. Okay, where are we? The tree is a little north, actually, of the standing stones. I suppose it does come around at a bend, doesn't it? What are you talking about now? I found a snack. Consume it to improve my health and stamina. Thank you, Hugan. Ah! Standing on Hugan as they fly away. Alright, it's been a long time since I played Valheim properly through on a solo run. It would be nice to get back into the game with a bit more of a chill, exploration-based vibe. A lot of my other runs at the moment are very beat the game focused. The permadeath one is, I suppose, whatever I want to make of it, but like the overarching intent is technically to beat it without dying. We need stones as well. Game is lagging. Why is that? This land is hard and wild, but we who are brought here are harder still. Take comfort, traveller, in the gifts before you. The good wood and stone, the fruits of flowers of the forest. Look also to the wild boar who roam these lands. They fear fire in the hands of man, but they can be taught to obey it. Go quietly to them and let them eat of your stock. Roots of the ground are their pleasure. Recipe torch. I'm never going to be able to kill you. Padici, welcome in. I'm dropping frames, something horrible. I might restart the game. It's like running at 20 FPS. Right. Well, before we get too invested, let's save. Wait. We'll come back. Ba, 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 da, da. Synchronizing Steam Cloud. Back to the no map run. Do we have to turn no map back on? Seems weird. We've only been streaming for 4 hours, almost 5 hours. It feels like I've been streaming for a lot longer than that. I will admit though, Wednesday race day is such a mood. Rather, it's not the day. I just like racing. Having a set time to play racing games is definitely a good thing for me because I do get in these... I don't know what to call them. It's like I really get an itch that I need to scratch. Racing mood probably isn't a wrong sentiment to have. It's running a little bit better now. Plenty of flint, which is going to be good. That means the only thing we need for a workbench upgrade is going to be boar. Which it seems like there's a lot of around here too. This will be good testing. This map will be amazing. Because we've got 2 boar stones nearby. I think that's a boar stone over there, and this is definitely a boar lore. Make an axe. Rat piggies? What does this one say? Yeah, okay, so both of these are boar stones. Most items must be crafted due to your recent departure from Midgard. You'll have to recall the true shape of objects. Just pick things up and it'll come back to you, I'm sure. My lesser brother Moonin tells me one can fashion a stone axe out of wood and stone. You mean the thing I'm holding? Thank you, Hugin. Okay, so here I am talking about the game like I have a map and I'm going to find this place easily in the future. There is a good chance I will not be able to find this place ever again. If I wander away, I just may not find it. Emma? That's nice. I don't think we're gonna do no HUD. No HUD is nice because it means you don't have the timer on your food. Like, getting rid of that, right? The difficulty is, it also gets rid of your build menu, which is why I can't really do it without mods, I don't think. It'll be something perhaps to look into for modded though. Having some of the HUD, like enemy health bars and stuff like that, boss bars would be neat. I mean, I said that, but getting rid of boss bars actually seems like a neat idea. I'll see if there are any mods out there that give me better control over what HUD I can and can't see. Do we have any more mushrooms? Yes, Hugin. Start by building a workbench. Thank you. A lot of grey dwarfs around here. And I suppose the title is not just a title. Like, I do not expect for this to be a run where I ever beat the game. This is way more just a way to play Valheim. Basically, I suppose if I were gonna have to, given the two options of a build world or a beat the game world, like fighting the bosses or just building, this is definitely more on the scale of just a build world. My idea is that I'm basically going to get lost in the world so many times that I'm never going to be able to find these stones again. It's not for lack of trying, to be fair. We do have Yggdrasil up above that we can actually use as a measuring tool. We have other things as well, like the geography itself is something I'm hoping I'll be able to use. I've had plenty of time to think this through, and the amount of time I've spent boating without a HUD, it's been a long time since I've navigated on a boat without a HUD though. But, tiny bit of practice. This is the first time we'll be trying it out for realsies. No map this time, I can't turn it on and go, oh, I'm actually here. Let's see. It does feel a bit lame. I mean, it's my own fault. I've been talking about this since I started streaming. The idea of using Yggdrasil to travel is something I remember even talking about back with the WLC server before I started streaming. I used to do it back then. Turn my HUD off and just boat around the world. What a lovely place we're in. Is this actually a cove? I really do like this map. Home Sweat Home has to be one of the most aesthetically pleasing starting areas I think I've ever had. On of flint too, so it's not entirely all looks, no practicality. Yeah, having had this run, quote unquote, this run, it's curious seeing so many other people beating me to it. Seeing them have their own takes on how they're going to go about turning the map off. All the different strategies I've seen too. Can I get the bird? Ooh. Shall we live there? We can swim across that. We can't swim across that. Hey, Sentinel! Welcome in. Let's have a look. We do have meat, but we can't cook it. We have 39 flint! That's insane! Trying to make some sense out of my inventory here. That'll do. How much stamina do we have? 90? I don't actually know we're gonna make that. We're gonna have to sit here. We might not make that. 40 health and only 90 stamina. I'm doing pretty well, Sentinel. Thank you for asking. And Royals, 85? I swear you were in here earlier. But thank you for the follow. How are you, Sentinel? And how are you, a Royal? almost nighttime. So let's head over there, get a fire started. Touch the rock, start swimming. That should be doable, right? So long as it doesn't tick down 5 health per. I'm basically committed to it now. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. And rock. Let me up, please. There we go. Oh, lordy lord. Clutch. Calculated. Intentional. Not bad, though. If I do say so myself. Right. And we can immediately level 2 the workbench. What else do we have? What's in the building? It's so tiny. Okay, first things first, we need to expand. So let's get a fire started out the front. What? The recipes won't stop popping off. Right, okay. Let's get started. Do we have a hoe? Workbench only. And then let's get the home set up, shall we? Just chillin'. Glad to hear. Been playing Valheim all night. Thought I'd take a break to watch Valheim. Well, welcome in, Royals. I do want to get back into more Valheim. This no-map run is definitely going to be such a mood for me because it's been something I've wanted to do for the longest time. Do we just put a torch down? Why not? I do need to be able to see a little bit at least. Excuse you? No, you don't get to just run into my home and scream at me and then run away. You don't just get to do that and get away with it. Come here. That's not allowed. Okay, smash, smash, smash. Smash, smash, smash. So, I guess we're doing half walls. Where's the actual... Right, so that goes out that far and you've got the weird doorway. That's fine. That means we can snap that there. Gives us way more room inside. There's the floors done. I want to rework the door too. Do you think I could have the door there? And we also need... I'm gonna get rid of that. We also need the, Oh, Hugin wants to tell me about the workbench. Later, Hugin. I'm busy. We're out of wood. Think? No. Could be too exposed because of that. Hello, Hume. The workbench allows you to craft complex items as well as giving you access to lots more building pieces to construct with the hammer. I mean, he was here first, probably ran into his home. Well, if that's the case, he's done a bit of a poor job looking after it. Alright. Why is that back wall specifically wonky? Why is that? Wait. What? Why does that look so weird from the inside? Is there like a texture overlap now? That's definitely snapped. That one looks wrong. Yeah, there's definitely more or less wrong. I don't know what's causing it though. That's fine. Is there a steep roof at the top? No, just these ones. It's fine. How much? 7 wood? That's 2, 4, 6. That'll be it. Can we use the workbench? No. There we go. Try and move it back a little bit though. Right, there it is. That's the edge. Now, first things first. Oh. Pants? No, we go straight to deer, right? Can we make a bed? It's one of the first things we should be making. 3 wood for the chest. Oh, that's only 1 wood for the half walls. That's so much better. You know what? I think I will box that in. Can I get that one? Would be kind of neat. It's a weird aesthetic, but I'm not opposed to it. I'm undecided. Because we could also make this a half wall here, right? So that could also match. And then we just make it a half wall all the way around. I'm undecided. Well, since we're stuck here for the first night. Yes, Hugan? But the temperature drops at night, or if you're wet, you will suffer from being cold. This reduces your stamina regeneration. Okay. Should we get rid of these saplings? Honestly, I'm probably going to flatten this terrain out. If we can remember where we are physically on the map, then I'm very likely just to flatten all this out and turn it into some kind of quarry or smelter system. We could have a farm by the ocean side. Hey lady, welcome in. We're getting the piggy. Gradgar, yay for board, third time. Welcome in. Long time coming. We're finally doing the no map run I've been talking about since February. It's been one of the most procrastinated things I've ever had on stream. Warlock, welcome in. Leave signposts everywhere. I genuinely might have to. Like, even just obelisks or my own having man-made landmarks that I can then reference. I have a hunch that we're actually in a giant bay, a giant cove. Why do we keep having pigs? That's the third pig. But it's not a bad idea. Like, just have a standing torch or like a giant cube somewhere. Because navigating is one thing, but having a landmark that says, here's home, street signs, you know. Also, pathing, yes! We have the hoe. There you go. That's just everywhere we walk. Paven. This tool is used for landscaping. You could say it's a perfect complement to the hammer. Use it to clear the ground and manipulate the terrain. It's easier to create buildings on level ground. Is that a challenge? Is that the same pig? Come here. Is there another pig over here, or are you the same one? Greydorf, or Greyling. Oh. Mind if I do? I think the most interesting thing we're going to have to be able to do, and here's something to remember as well. So long as we have a pickaxe on us, permanently on our person, we're fine no matter where we go, even if we do actually genuinely get lost. But here is the thing that I find it interesting and conceptually. If I get lost before we find Igathir, or if I can't find Igathir, we never get a pickaxe. I'll have to troll the copper. And the only thing I am thinking through that whole man-made landmarks are fine, but the thing I'm cautious about is that if I rely on the fire, it'll work in one sense, but it won't work in another. Fires, when they first load in from the edge of view distance, are always... well, I suppose it depends on whether they were lit when you last saw them or not. When they first load in, if they were lit, they will still be lit. But once you get close enough for the object to properly load in completely, it's like they update. So if you're gone for 100 in-game days, you'll see the bonfire, but when you get close enough, you basically just have to relight it. It's not a bad strat. Because the bonfire is guaranteed to be lit every single time, no matter how long you're gone. At this point, I'm debating just how lazy I am, whether or not I want to stop and relight them every time. So that's basically all it is. Am I too lazy to relight bonfires every time I go past one? I don't know if torches work the same way, but I know campfires and bonfires do. I need you to go this way, please. Alright. That was a hazard. Bonfires are cold, right? I knew that was gonna be dumb. The moment I pressed space. Ancient bark for hitting the ground. Ancient bark basically makes bonfires out of the question, but regular campfires work still. I know I've set up places where 1 health. 1 health. I've set up places where I've left regular bonfires, and as I boat past them, I always see the not the bonfires, the campfires. But I've set up regular campfires at houses. Just randomly set them up with a workbench and a chest, and I dump garbage in the chest for later. And one of the things, well, it worked. You know, as you boat past, the fire's lit, but as you park the boat, fire's obviously...
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Hey, not yet. I'm alive. Thank you very much. Campfires would work. All the same as bonfires, just less visible. Step 1. Where's my house? I think not having a map... Oh, forward. Not having a map is absolutely going to lean towards my preference for having tiny little places set up everywhere where I can refresh. Could also have places like... Come here. I could totally do things like, if I have a workbench and a campfire set up at a dungeon, I could write, go north. Just leave signposts at other places of interest. Right. We have enough wood to set up a bed. Can we set a chest and a bed here? No, that's nowhere near enough room. It's fine. Hi. Ah. Lovely little wardrobe. bed before I forget. Apparently I punched nothing. Okay. Sleep and lie away in your bed and awaken feeling refreshed and full of energy. Other improvements to your home would be some chests where you can store items. Those things? Bye! Bye! Damn. Also when you both put... Yeah. For distance they appear to be lit. I didn't know that the bonfires went out during the rain, because I know bonfires are strong enough to be lit during high winds. But it's a terrible example right now. But normally there's a giant tree in the sky. And the tree rises in the east and sets in the west, same as the sun. The roots of the tree are where the sun rises. Which means that if you can point where the trunk of the tree is, you know where east is. So if you know where east is, you know where the rest of the poles are. North, east, west, and south. We can't see the tree at the moment. But that's basically how you get your bearings. And there's also... If you know where north is, you know what time of the day it is too. That was something that... I've seen Jonathan do it for the longest time, and I know he released a tutorial video on YouTube about it. But it wasn't until... I had Crazy explain it to me before I watched the video. And it's just the sundial. That was it. The moment he said sundial, it clicked what Jonathan does to look at the time. And all we need to know is where north is to tell the time. Right, we were out cutting down trees, weren't we? I suppose that can stay. Here's the gamble though, right? It's all fine and dandy to go put things in a chest, but we have to remember where that chest is. If we can't come back here... Flint spear. Took a fair chunk of flint. The fog could clear up. I could actually showcase the sundial technique for telling time, and also point you on north. We have some necks. That would be good. You know what we do need? We need that cooking station. Necktail. Come here. I should probably filter out the combat music from this playlist. Bonfires do stay lit through rain? Wait. So why do they go out at the... Because I've seen that when you go past fueling camps. Why are they... Is it specifically just the fueling camp ones have different coding? Alright. I need 3 wood. Unless I misread that. I may have misread that. Vampires stay lit through rain, not the vampires. Hey, brain. Got our first call with though. Is that actually a skeleton spawner? Yay! The fog's clearing up. So, there's a giant tree in the sky. Now, if you can see the tree, if you follow its trunk all the way down over to the east, that is east. In fact, I can even prove it to you just really quickly, since we haven't done a whole lot. If you look in the mini-map, I am pointed exactly east. I'm pointed to the left, sorry, to the right. And if you follow it the other way around, you'll be facing west. So that is the strategy. Let's get rid of the mini-map again. That's the whole strategy, basically. If you know east and you know west, then you know that that's north. And the opposite of that is south. Of course, when you have fog, like earlier, then you are kind of stuck. You just have to sit until you can navigate using that tree again. There are a few rocks. Knowing which direction you're facing, though, is only half the problem, because then you have to know where you actually need to head, which is where I'm thinking about actual man-made landmarks, leaving behind just cubes of buildings. Bonfires, campfires or not, just having a cube of building, I think would be a massive help. We're over encumbered, apparently. Yeah, swamp and like there are definitely places I can end up that are going to make navigating even harder, but of course that just kind of changes the answer from navigating in that place to just leaving that place before you start navigating. Licky, welcome in. Music fits perfectly. I'm glad, actually. It's one of my favorite video game soundtracks. You're gonna tell me I'm fat? You carry too much luggage, you'll become fat, slowing you down and preventing you from regaining stamina? I don't know. Been over encumbered for 20 years now. Chances of you doing no map are about 0.03%, but interesting nonetheless. It's been very interesting seeing other people play through no map because it's like everyone has a different take on it, right? I mean, you have the fundamentals that always remain the same. Because the tree is always the same, you can always navigate using that. That's the base. But then everyone has their own technique or strategy that they're going to use to get past not having the map to navigate. Because when you have the map, you just press M and there's the map and you go, okay, I need to head north because that's where I left the marker that says home. I don't have a marker that says home. Just like in real life. If I leave home and forget where I live, and I don't remember what the street names are. I mean, I suppose that's one way to say it, right? If I just leave man-made landmarks, all that is basically Valheim's equivalent of a street name. But I don't know if I want to be pessimistic or optimistic about navigating though, because I've done this in practice so many times. And the only time I ever got cursed, or rather, better way to phrase it, the only time I sucked at navigating without the map was when I had an island that had 3 peninsulas that looked identical. So, as long as there's no other geography that looks the same as where we are right now, I'm hoping I'm fine. Because geography is going to be a big part. I need to see land around me to know where I am, and the tree is just going to point me in the right direction. But that's the part that I need to figure out. I need to know where I am in the world to know if I need to head north, south, east, or west. So genuinely getting lost could mean starting from scratch. I'd like to go find Igathir. Thinking of making a raft and just setting out sailing. Mapping the coast a little bit. I say mapping the coast, but scouting the coast, shall we say? Because if I can find Igathir's spawn, we've just need a crude bow and we can start hunting deer. We can go get Igathir, and I'm gonna make all 3 pickaxes, and I'm gonna keep all 3 pickaxes on me. Because if I get lost, I need those pickaxes. None of those pickaxes go in the chest, they all stay with me. Right, can we upgrade anything? No. Yes. Sorry, I'll catch up on... I don't like that, but, you know. We need the upgrade. So... Hammer. That's basically going to be how I have to think about this run. If I get lost, I will only have the stuff I'm carrying with me. Keeping stockpiles of things nearby or in chests could be a liability. Let's cook everything up. Good chance to read through what I missed. How fair thee, fair maid of the board brain with the bird of the brain with the board of the brain, board of brain of the brain with the board rod with the brain of the board brain. I caught your broad. Thank you very much. Nice try. You and your typos. I don't actually know if that's intentional. You've done it once. You could do it twice, but also me pointing it out. Caught it. I win. That goes in the flicky files. Do I still have the flicky files open? I do. I'm still missing the first flicky file. It's on YouTube, I just need to figure out which VOD. I've lost it. Sorry, I had to watch them so bad at video games. You got Elder? Was it? It was Elder Fight, yeah. Congrats. Is that because... Look, English is hard sometimes. I say a sentence that goes absolutely nowhere and was never going to in the first place, and I get confused what I was trying to say. Okay. Have you done a run or like beat Valheim before, Flicky, or is this a first? I haven't found Igathir yet, too. Make it a no portal? That's actually a fair point. I can circumvent getting lost almost entirely by having a portal home, but at the same time, that doesn't stop my other portal being lost. Having a portal home that's always blank just means you always get home, no matter where home is. It's a fair point. A proper no map would be portalless, wouldn't it? Otherwise, what's the point of getting lost if you can just jump home? If you can jump home and start from square one all over again, that kind of... Yeah, I'd never thought of that, technically. I'd always imagined it as a portalless run, but I'd never actually thought about how portals affected no map. Imagine how it is in the same places in Reverse Boss. Yeah. Okay, well that's something. Finding Haldor and getting back to Haldor. See that? To me, Haldor, the merchant, is almost exclusively something done with a portal. So that's interesting. Thinking about... Do I half it? Do I make a portal to the merchant, but not a portal back home? So like, the way I'm thinking about it, right? if I make a portal here, and I call this portal merchant, and that takes me to the merchant, would that be allowed if I made that as the concession to the statement that there are no portals in this run? That means I would have to either find the merchant manually again or find home manually again, assuming I get lost, to be able to use that portal, because it doesn't take me anywhere except to the merchant and back again. I'm curious. At the moment, I'll say no portals. But we'll see, because 2 hours of traveling just to get to the merchant and back again, while definitely appealing for me, because I'm weird, I'm not set on going portalless with a merchant. I think I could make a concession with that. But that does mean going to the... yeah, I don't know, because then you end up with the same problem. If you can at least get to the merchant, accidentally or intentionally, then you can portal home once that portal is set up, can't you? At this point in time, I'm going to say no portals, because getting lost is entirely circumvented if I can have portals. Not to be a jinx, but if you get lost and die with the pickaxes, I suppose there's the mechanic. Getting lost and dying. That... what? Why? Who's throwing weird birdseed? Who? What? That was the weird sounding one. That was not bits, that was the other one. Okay, let's get through chat. I'm gonna catch up on chat and then we'll be fine. Let's even sit down. We're gonna put away my hammer and we're gonna sit down and we're gonna just get through chat here. If I get lost and die with the pickaxes, I suppose, in some sense, if I die, I wake up in the last bed I slept, right? So, exploring with the intent to get lost, I could run out naked into the world with naught but a throwaway stone axe. And if I die, then I die, right? I wake up back here in bed. Doesn't really help. You would do that strat to bring back resources, but you can't bring back resources if you die. There is so much of this I hadn't actually thought through practically. But, I mean, to answer the question specifically, if I get lost and die with the pickaxes on me, right now I would spawn here, which is hopefully within viewing distance just across the river of the spawn stones, and hopefully we can find Agathir and navigate there and back easily enough. And if that's the case, spawning back here means we can get more pickaxes. Doing first ever solo run? Defeated Eldo with flint head arrows. You didn't use flame arrows. Just wouldn't. Where'd he go? Welcome in. No portals. You can have a portal to the merchant. My decision on having a portal to the merchant is going to be entirely dependent on where the merchant is, because I'll phrase it like this. Even if I can guaranteed get to the merchant and back again, if it's a 2-hour trip, then every time I want to go to the merchant, I'm spending 4 hours in a boat just to sell or buy something. If I die and have to get more stuff, if I die and have to get another belt, spending 4 hours boating up to the top of the map, and I can guarantee you, in a longboat, it's an 1.5-hour trip to the northern cold lands. the Northern Frostlands. So, yeah, 2 hours there, depending on the geography and what we have to navigate around, and 2 hours back. For example, in the reverse boss run, that would be a 4-hour trip from our home and back again. Thankfully, we have a little bit of forgiving geography. It's not so egregious. It's closer to an hour, hour and a half. But even then, right? So, if he is terribly far away, I'm probably going to set up a portal. I'll probably make some weird rule, though. If I lose home, right? If I'm genuinely lost, and I never find this place again, and say I've already got a second home set up, right? Somewhere else on the map that isn't here. I think it would be I think what I'm gonna do is if I ever find the merchant twice after setting up a new home, I would destroy the portal. Because you still have merchant on the other end though, that's the problem. My idea is that I would just change the portal to my new home and not take it back. What I could do, if I ever... Okay, so scenario 1 is I have a home here. I have a portal that says merchant and it takes me to the merchant. If I get lost and then build a second home somewhere and end up finding the merchant again, I think what I should do is go through the first portal, rename it to Dead 1 or Home 1 or something, go back through to the merchant before the connection dies, and then destroy the portal or place a new portal down and call it Home 2. Killing the connection to the first home, I think, is the best way to go about that if we are going to have the concession that we do actually have merchant portals in the game. Because again, as much as I'm okay with boating for 4 hours just to go to the merchant and back again, it's a hell of an adventure and a hell of a premise for a stream all on its own, right? But that does beg the question, is anyone willing to watch me sit on a boat for 4 hours? Asks Bird, knowing fully well that she boated for 7 hours after reverse boss run the other day. Phil, it's something worth considering, because it's a genuine question I need to ask. Am I going to stream sitting on a boat for 4 hours, going to the merchant and back again? Assuming I can get back again, to be fair. So... Windows 98. Healing forehead? Welcome in. If no portal, potentially set up a main base right near trader. That's not a bad idea. Just live next to the trader. That's not a bad idea. But, okay, so to sort of explain how I'd always thought about this and my process for trying to theory craft how my strategy is going to work, I basically want to run on the assumption that everywhere I land, just everywhere, I want to create the world's biggest neighborhood of places I can go to bed at, which is counterproductive to finding home again, right? But the idea is that my home is in so many places that I can always find a place to rest when I need it. That's basically my strategy. So I would not live at the merchant. I would just have a home at the merchant, and then I'd have a couple of dozen homes on the way past the merchant, a couple of dozen on the way back, a couple of dozen in this cove alone. It's basically my idea is to set up so many homes that I can never actually genuinely be lost. Because if I have a home around every corner, I'm only ever a stone's throw away from having a sleep, getting some food, repairing my tools. And that's the big thing, right? If I ever break my hammer and can't get back to this workbench right now, I need to make another hammer. Or, I suppose that's not so bad when it's not the no craft run, right? But when it's the no craft run, that's a big problem, but... Where'd he go? Cheered 100 bits. Oh, thank you very much. Good luck with the stream. Catch you later. And I'll catch you later as well. Thank you for popping in and thank you for the bits. I actually thought it was the other one, but no, it popped up in stream elements while I was yammering away. The official one? Is it just Z? And welcome in! At the moment, we're still in the theory crafting phase of the run. And again, I say run very loosely because I'm not planning to beat the game. I'm planning to potter around and make a million houses and a million homes. Bore everyone with my farming at every location. This is gonna be a chill game mode for me. I'm not planning to beat it. Maybe we do, you know? Who knows? But this is definitely gonna be more of a chill game mode. Let's quickly catch up. Leave beds before going to sticky places. Beds, I think, are going to be a genuine strat in this game. All those tiny little houses I leave, you know, setting up a workbench and a chest inside of a crypt doorway. We're just going to have to figure out how to add a bed to that mix and leave it outside so that we can recover our... Because, you know, right now running into a ghost, we'd die if we went into a crypt for certain calls early. Any ghost would kill us. Even with the spear, we need the tower shield, and even then, we might need a bit of deer armor. Purposeful death and respawn might be useful to explore. The only reason I'm not set with purposeful death is that it doesn't gain you anything except finding your way back home. It basically, purposeful death and respawn would be trading the gear I have on me for finding home again, or finding my last bed. I'm basically throwing away what I have to get back home. Which might be something worth considering in the future, but at this point I think I'd rather... If I get lost, I think I'd rather just set up a new home and live there instead, if that makes sense. Which is why I want my priority today to be beating Ikathir and getting that out of the way. A game of beds. Definitely could end up being a game of beds. Doing pretty well, minus stomach waging war against me. What did you eat? Yes. Breakfast burritos with chili. I will, yeah. Basically just reading out Warlock's messages in my own sentiment, but I hope they were at least good. Lady, lurk for making dinner. Thank you very much for popping in. And yes, also, what are you making? Me and Warlock must just think alike. I am a foodie, I can't help it. Pasta salad with chicken. Like a... not a Caesar salad? I suppose Caesar salad doesn't have pasta. Licky had Mexican spicy rice for lunch. That does sound nice. I really need... I've missed spicy food. There's not a lot of places nearby that make spicy food. Or like an instant ramen. No more boats, please. I love sailing, but... See, I like sailing when I'm not on a mission to sail with a purpose. I just like sailing aimlessly. Mapping coastlines, exploring places. And that's why I really, really want to actually get into this no map run. Because so much of it is going to be me exploring and running around aimlessly. Quote unquote. Catch you later, lady. Caesar salad has raw eggs? Not the ones I'm familiar with, no. I don't think Caesar salad has any eggs. I know it's usually... the Caesar salad I'm familiar with is usually... oh, I'm just gonna say green vegetables. I suppose put what you prefer in there. But the thing I distinctly remember about the Caesar salads I've had is that it had chicken and Thousand Island dressing. Those are the two distinct things that never change for me, no matter who made Caesar salad. I don't know about the eggs, but I'm sure you could probably make some kind of mayo. An egg white mayo or something. See official, I'm back. I had to switch over to PC. Welcome back. Well balanced. Right. I think we've theory crafted enough, and I believe I've come to the concession that we might make a portal to the merchant. But I'm gonna go on an honor code that if I get lost, I destroy the portal that we had prior or rename it. My honor code is going to be not using the portal to get back home. Because I would have to physically have to get back here. To be able to use the portal here. To do that, I have to jump through, rename it, jump back. It's not the perfect solution, but I think it's the compromise I'm going to go with, because I'm not entirely sure I want to spend, again, worst case scenario, up to 4 hours boating to find Merchant and back again. Once there's a video of Caesar salad being made at Hotel Caesars. They supposedly made a dish. In the video they added 1 egg. Along with other things. Acted similar to mayo. It probably would. But it's not the first time I've heard of people using raw eggs in cooking. Alright. I think what we need to do is scan along the coastline to find Icothea, because if we can find Icothea, alright. Crude bow. What are we missing? Pigs. We're missing piggies. Do you know I've never actually used a raft before? Well, that's not entirely true. I've never used a raft to travel. I think the first raft I ever used to travel was in the reverse boss run. Someone else piloted it and I went AFK. But I did sit on a raft in the reverse boss run. That was the first stream we did a reverse boss run ever. Never actually genuinely made a raft and wanted to use one seriously though. So this is the first. A first based purely on technicality, but a first nonetheless. Now, just through that tree line are the spawn stones. We're not that far away from them. Right there. I know Icothea is normally super close by. We've not found him on this side of the island yet. Which is why I'm kind of going to boat up and around the coastline. We are definitely in a cove. So slow. We're definitely in a cove. But pointless unless we can find Icothea. I don't know if I can spot him. It's a ballstone there. You know how sad it is? Paddling actually might be faster than full sail in this thing. Item definitely acquired. This is a decent find. We got 4 or 5 boars here. Well, that was a bit of a waste. Please, water, let me sink and get it. Okay, we might be able to jump in there. Whoa! Hang on. If I am just a gamer and start pulling gamer moves, we don't need a bow to hunt deer. A spear will come into its own yet. Watch me miss every single spear throw for the next half an hour and cry. Yeah, the deer. What's the deer? Let's not lose the boat. There's something too. I'm so used to marking boat on the map. I have to just know where boat is. Look at that! Easy! Who needs a boat? Crude boat overrated. There's another house over there. Spear. Yes, I know. Spear is a hated weapon. Only because it's the best in the game. High skill ceiling. Only gamers with a capital G can use it. The fact I've hit 2 spear throws in a row proves I'm a gamer with a capital G, clearly. But genuinely, flint spear and hunting deer is like the best early game skip you can make for getting rawhide. Look at that! Who needs a crude bow? We are carrying a fair bit on us, aren't we? Right. There's one boar hide over there. I don't know I'm greedy enough to go get it though. Get good and get better with crude bow. The problem is, I don't want to waste resources on the crude bow. Getting good with the crude bow is one thing. Making the crude bow is just the waste if you can skip it entirely. Come here. Where did it go? Where is this boar hide? There's the meat. We're not getting that. But where's the hide? Did it roll further down? Why is it so far down? We can do this. We did not do this. Gimme. Maybe we need to be closer. No, I don't think we can get it. Can we physically jump on that? No. Next strat is this. Gimme. 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 No. I tried. It ain't working. I tried. Okay. We'll just go hunt more deer instead. Look, there's a whole thing of deer over here. How could this happen to me? I made my mistakes. Got nowhere to run. Fuck that neck. But life goes on. Hey. No. Oh. They didn't like my singing. Berries. They stopped. More pigs. How can you say no to that? DRG every Saturday. Neck. This will miss. He swam away. You know what? No, the flint spear can stay in slot 1 because that's where my bow normally goes, and this is now my bow. More pigs. Right. Where's the boat? At this point, we're kind of playing a little bit of easy mode because we know the boat is north, the house is south. Oh, look, it's right there. We basically walked home. Okay. Do we just break the boat and walk the coastline? I think walking the coastline might be faster. And it stops us having to park the boat and get off. And then... Hey! Hey! Oh. Don't call it a boat there. I think I'm just gonna take the plank of wood home. Park it. Hey. Do we need boar heads? No, right? Alright. Gonna take the plank of wood home. Destroy it. And walk the coastline once we drop our stuff home. Because we are playing on easy mode right now. We know that house is south, blah 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 blah. Alright, what are we dropping? 60, 100. Was making coffee? How goes the search? Well, I suppose you just got the update. We're packing up and heading home, and we're going to try it tomorrow on foot. So much flint here. This is such a decent map. The seed is Hom Sweat Hom, by the way. Spelt Sweat Hom, which is the max character length I was allowed. Hence, it's not actually Home Sweet Home. What do you mean the raft doesn't have a chest storage on it? I actually have to carry stuff. No! I can't use rudder? Okay, hang on. I'm not allowed to use rudder. Alright. Up you go. Suppose I've never had to boat while over encumbered, because normally there's storage on the thing. Mr. Dust. Seems difficult but quite entertaining. It should be pretty relaxed, I'm hoping, because I'm not planning... Do you mind? Oh. Did we pick up the whole boat? There's a good chance we can just make a new one. We have not picked up the whole boat. What are we missing? Workbench. We've picked up the whole boat. I guess. Right. Well, now for the awkward walk of shame home. Did my house unload? Isn't it on that piece of land right there? Should I sprint home and come back for the stone? No, we want the stone home. I'm not making 2 trips back. Yeah, my home just loaded in. What a terribly awkward chunk. Right. Can see the glint of the fire. I actually wonder if that's visible on 720. Because I'm running 1080. Capture monitor resolution is 1080. Capture resolution and canvas resolution in OBS is 720. Of course it's cold. We wouldn't have it any other way. 2 stamina per second stamina regen. This music is a bit hypey for just doing nothing, isn't it? I can switch over to exploration and towns, which is a bit more of a classical, less combat-y vibe. We're close enough, I'm gonna do it in 2. Split the work 50-50, or run back and get it. Right. Just in time for food to cook. Now, do we take the food with us? There's a fair amount here. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't, right? Ooh, hang on. quickly have a look what we can actually make. Leather pants is definitely worthwhile. Power shield. We can make the crude bow. I'm not entirely convinced now that we have the flint spear that we needed. Can we upgrade the shield? Durability to 250. What is it now? It's 6 block armor, 5 block force. Yeah, it's 3 leather scraps, why not? And that requires 20 leather scraps, which I think we now do not have.
Hello there.
Bidici! Welcome in Raiders, welcome in Bidici. How was your stream? You were last seen playing Fortnite. You know, I never expected people to just use Board Brabby. That's been sitting on my channel unlisted ever since I got affiliate. Apparently, Nightmare Fuel Face is something people keep using. Oh. Do I burn that 1 deer meat for a single coal? No, we have plenty of trees. Look, we could deforest all of that. Look, we don't need that. Internet's wonky, so you're gonna head off? No worries. Everyone else who came in with Bidici, if you don't know me, my name is Boardbrain. Welcome to the mess that is my stream. You have chosen or been chosen to be witness to some of the most scuffed content this side of Twitch. I hope you enjoy your stay. I've got another knot in my hair. Okay. From now on, I'm putting my hair up before I go to sleep. It's not fun. Continuously having to de-knot my hair every time I wake up. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream as well, Bidici. Thank you for coming in. And knot is de-knotted. Right. It's almost morning. We spent the whole day cooking. Leather requires bones and a tier 3 workbench. Rightio. There's how? Comfort of 4. Because of the bed alone? Or because of the torch? I thought it should be comfort 3. Third will reset, because I don't know if that's 11 or 12 minutes, but that's definitely worth it. And the moment that day counter starts, or we could even head out now actually and get a head start on the day. 11 minutes rested. Right. Hugin, yes. Dude. It took me 4,200 days to get that compendium hint on the WLC server, which is the first character I got to late game was on WLC. 4,200 days before I made a shield or picked one up for Fugan to come down and give me that hint. I forget why I made the shield too. I think it was because the crazy wanted to spawn in 5 of every boss at the same time at the top of a hill. Oh, and for anyone who wants to try that themselves, the hill part kind of killed it because you had bosses that got stuck up the top of the hill and didn't know how to get down. Off we go. Fix the inventory space. Use that. Where is this banger music from? If you go, Flicky, you're in my Discord. If you go to the channel called Shared Resources, you can scroll up and you'll find I've been posting a fair bit of the music I use on stream. A lot of it either doesn't get flagged or is free to use because I use a lot of stuff from video games. My sailing playlist is there and also on YouTube. The album we're listening to at the moment, or the soundtrack we're listening to at the moment, is from a game called Kingsley's Adventure from PlayStation 1. All of the links, if you want them, are in the Shared Resources chat on Discord. The music stuff would be pretty high up because that was the first thing I ever posted was all the links to the music. But yeah, I don't have a download link. The link I put was only to YouTube. I do have the files though because I ripped them straight off the disc. Back in the good old days when you just had audio on the PlayStation disc that you could play. Actually, speaking of the Shared Resources chat, further up in the Shared Resources chat would actually be a Google Drive link as well. The Google Drive link might have the files to the Kingsley soundtrack. They might be in there. If they're not, I'll definitely add them, because even though I probably don't have permission to redistribute, it's one of those games that's so old and so far gone that I don't think anyone would claim them even if they did own the rights. I'm pretty sure most of the companies that published the game or made the game are all defunct now, so... Long shot? Just too far. Got him. Black Forest? I do have deer armor, but... let's actually make sure we're not going to suicide over there. Ooh. Didn't die! Okay, it died. Oh. I wasn't expecting to need to hit it twice. Let's just go cut down some trees. Come here. Maybe making a... That house there is way more decrepit than the other one. It's another beehive. Yeah, Kingsley is a fox. Everyone speaks gibberish and you work for the Rabbit Kingdom. Or the Carrot Castle is what the castle is called, but I don't remember the name of the kingdom. I guess I just assumed it was called Carrot Kingdom. You're the first person I know that's actually played the game, though, besides myself. Yeah. What? No. Whoa! The part where I said making a house next to the Black Forest wouldn't be a bad idea, and then I destroyed the house. I meant to do that. I didn't want that house anyway. I think your cousin had it? PS1 definitely has some of my best memories for games. Along with a fair share of Nightmare Fuel stuff too. Which is its own curiosity. I've had for the... just something I've never known the answer to, but always wanted to know. Why did PlayStation 1 games have some of the worst Nightmare Fuel? Tomb Raider I kinda get, right? Because... well, I don't know what rating it had at the time, probably mature. But... or teen at best? But the Tomb Raider 1 boss gave me nightmares as a kid for ages and made my parents decide that I wasn't allowed to play games for a while. But again, Tomb Raider probably had an appropriate rating. I kind of get that. What I don't get is Spider the video game having an absolute nightmare fuel every boss, basically. You have the first one, which is like a robot arm, and it just tries to stab you, which is fine. Robot arm, it's whatever. There's our house, we live there. But then you get to the second and third boss, one of which is the Spider the video game museum boss. When you're playing like a... oh, you're a spider, you're going on an adventure, trying to save your old body because your consciousness was transferred to a spider and you're in a coma in a laboratory somewhere. Story aside, right? The premise was not super mature. Like, it was a game kids could play, and it was bought for us kids for that intended purpose, because it was just a platformer game. It was like, oh, you're the spider and you platform. How's that? But the museum boss alone, I think that's is my brain turning off? No. Right, what are we dropping here? We have an extra slot. Should we leave it a tiny place? Let's set up a bed. I think we leave this place tiny. It's a roof? No, it doesn't. Has Valheim ever heard of camping? Nightmare Creatures was a game on PS1 that gave you the heebie-jeebies. We'll have to look it up. You should message me the name of the game so I don't forget. Because I will forget. Alright. Is there stuff over there we didn't pick up? It's deer hide somewhere. I want to stream Nightmare Creatures so bad. Do you have the disc? I suppose there's technically nothing stopping you these days. With emulators and everything, you don't have to go out and buy the console. All you need is the disc and you're good to go legally. One of the best things Young Me ever did was keep all the discs to the PlayStation 1 games we had. Except, ironically, Spider the video game. Which, incidentally, the company that made that game absolutely went defunct, and I think they only made a dozen thousand copies of the game. Like, it was super flew under the radar. Boss Interactive, I think, with a dev team. But we're gonna drop the currency down. Yeah. Copies of Spider the video game are so hard to come by now because there was so few copies actually made that now it's just rare. Like, you get some games that are like artificially rare. Especially in the retro scene. I am drawing a complete blank. Why am I brain dead? 50 wood here. I'm gonna have to come back and drag all this stuff back, aren't I? Don't need that. I mean, this is probably the curse of the... We're basically doing a homeless run. We have no one... It's the opposite of a homeless run. We have no one particular home. We have all of them. But when you have all of the homes everywhere, what do you decide to leave behind? Like, if I just throw all this in here, it's like, okay, I have to come physically back here to get it, though. That's the thing that I'm trying to figure out right now. If I want to place beehives, I have to go to that place specifically to get honey. We have the home out there. That home out there is probably the one I'm going to set the beehives up at and call my main base for now. Because that's the home that's closest to the mouth of this cove. So if I'm going to have anywhere that's going to be my main base for now, I think that's going to have to be it. We have 3 torches too, so I can definitely maybe try my luck getting through some of the... What are we likely to pick up? Right, that's something I'm thinking about too. We're going to head into the Black Forest. Beehives can stay here. We're not going to pick up more bees. What else are we not going to pick up? We just need 10 wood for the workbench. raw meat can stay behind. This has to be the new strat, though. We need to pick and choose what we're leaving where. We don't need flint, but we might pick up more flint. We have plenty of flint, though. Right. That's a fair collection of stuff. Spawn point set. Repairs made. Let's go kill some necks. Two out of 3 necktails. And I've got a grumbly voice again. Great. What? Need a nap? If you're live when I get back, I'll follow you then. Yeah. See you later, gamer. You didn't misspell? You didn't see that? Bye? Wiki. You wrote gamer once. What? You've corrected text. What? Wiki. Eh. Don't confuse me. The mistyped message didn't send. Okay. Okay. I'm even gonna refresh chat. No, it definitely just didn't send, I guess. Alright. I hope you get a good night's rest. I don't know I will be streaming. I'm probably gonna end up sometime soon. I said I wanted to do like 3-4 hours today. So, you know what would be a great way to capture to word English? Me talking is just the literal example of that. No one probably knows the meme. That's the thing with meme economy is a weird thing, because there might be a meme that no one's seen but you. The person who made it and you might be the only two people that know that meme exists. It might be funny, but no one else will know about it. And you can't go up to someone and say, have you seen the meme about what The Rock is cooking? There might be a dozen other versions of it. Ah. Come here. And I have so many memes that are entirely written in gibberish. Because the Rock meme I have in question says, can you smell what The Rock is, That time it wasn't me being illiterate, that's actually what it says. I'll post it in the Discord because it defies language. Come here. I'm not getting that one. Let's see if we can cut down a pine tree. Core would be nice. We can. Nice. 7 pics so you wouldn't be confused with my misspelling. No worries. I'll have a look later, and I'll have to put this rock meme, quote unquote, that I've got into the Discord. I'll find it, I'll post it, because for everyone here that is listening, there's no other context I can give, and I don't know. Is that weird? Meme economy needs to be like... I suppose I would phrase it as there are memes everyone knows that are universal. Where did these guys come from? I didn't even get to read Hugin's message. I heard a bunch of Greatos spawn. There are universal memes everyone knows, like Harambe, the Amogus memes, Imposter Sus, everything Germa does. But it's curious how quickly you go from things you can say that don't make sense to boomers but everyone else on the internet gets, and the things you don't... well, things you can say that no one gets. It is interesting that memes are probably the only economy where having more of something in absolute excess is the only way to make it more valuable. Because the rare ones that no one knows are just worthless. No one understands them. Although I'm sure I'm speaking gibberish, so... You know what would be absolutely amazing is if we found Haldor right here, that would cement this place 100% as where we live permanently forever. What's the closest? What is the closest anyone has found Haldor to the center spawn? There's another lore stone. We're back in the meadows. A boss right here would be nice. Looks like it's another boar stone. God, Home Sweet Home has a ton of boar stones. Missed. Not a boar stone. Oh, traveller, bear witness to my warning. There are many who have come before you, carried here by Odin's will to do his work. The path ahead is hard and the danger's great. If you hold your life dear, keep to these meadows and make your dwelling away from the trees. Fear the Horned One and the creatures he will send against you. Literally a lore stone that says, be a bitch. You be a bitch. I say that like we're ever actually going to find Agathir and fight him. Won't that be the curse? We just never find Agathir and this is a Meadows run. We have come across to the other side though. Soon we'll actually be back where the spawn stones were, because we swam across to find our home. The only problem with doing a full loop is that we're gonna get back home and not have the bees on us. I want to set the bees up as quickly as possible, because that is a very solid amount of stamina. This early in the game, having honey basically means we could fight Agathir right now. If we find Agathir. Come here. has to be in these meadows, right? There he is. You found a summoning place of one of the Forsaken. Make the correct offering at the altar and they will come. Be wary though, the Forsaken are not easy prey. Craft a wicked weapon, don your finest armor, and eat a hearty meal before engaging them in combat. No? Oh, he's right here. That's fine. Damn. See, not having my health bar here would be so much more of a gamble if I didn't have my health bar and I didn't know I had 62 health. Not to mention, being health is irrelevant to your dodge skill. 2,401 damage? Sorry? Why does he have 2,401 damage? The terrain. To that bush specifically. Ow. Okay. See, I know how to play it safe if I can see my health bar. I mean, assuming I'm half health and he's half health. Ow. Okay. He's winning this fight, clearly, but... Won't save, this is a bad time. I need to regen. Doesn't help that it's very cold. Ow! Really? Okay, this is actually a problem. I keep timing everything poorly. Can't dodge anything for crap. Because I could put fires out now. I remember that happening before. 1,000 damage to that rock, damn. Just need to heal. Why did you get rid of my fire? It's fine. If we keep damaging... him, we'll be fine. Right? Come here. Yeah. I would have lost this fight if I didn't have my health bar up. Come here. Dead. Look at that. We did almost lose the fight. Tried to place a fire to heal and still almost lost the fight. Let's not burn ourselves to death, shall we? That's a hell of a way to start the run though. And it's close enough that we can actually continue our walk back down to the standing stones, place the trophy, walk back around and pick up the bees, and then head home. Killing that deer and finding another Ikathia though would be nice. So, here's a question. If it's too windy to just have a fire out, right? Let's place that down. What happens if the fire is covered? Why is that not snapping? There we go. Okay. What happens if we just cover the fire? Give me the wood. Would that still go out? Let's flatten the terrain here. Put a little campfire in the corner. There's no way the workbench is usable, right? Yeah, I don't think so. Well, what do you have to say? Return to the sacrificial stones with your forsaken trophy. Offer it as a sacrifice to make the gods smile upon you. Hello. Bad. Even deer dodging my maneuver. His pulling maneuvers. Come here. Drop a trophy. Thank you. Right. I'm not doing this for the trophy. I am doing this because I want the extra pickaxe. Comfort one, that's a rested bonus of 8. Give it, gimme. Right. How do we test? We do actually need to make repairs here, though. Maybe we place that down. Station is too exposed, my arse. Thank you. Maybe we just go for steep. Right. Can still use it. Still have the fire. We wasted a minute though. Come here. And that's the first buff too. Fascinatingly. It's so weird. Like a reverse boss run where we're in the Iron Age, and I already feel like I've gotten further in the game than the reverse boss run. Fascinating thing to think about. We're 1 minute into our food as well. Give me my 8 minutes rested. That's all I want is 8 minutes rested because I can't do this mid-fight. In fact, I'm expecting this place to either completely be put out and I'm not going to have the healing buff. Slash, it's just going to be destroyed. Come here. Hunt his kin? Where is he? We need to get this early game damage off. We got a sneak attack! I got the sneak crit there. I suppose if we wanted to have no HUD for the boss fights, we could just turn off the HUD for the boss fights. Guess our own health, try and manage our own health, play it out like a natural fight. Instead of just staring at numbers and going, yes, I can keep taking hits. That actually hurt. I just let myself get hit there because I clicked the wrong button. But I mean, there's possibly an argument that you could just out-damage him. Like, I'm not even blocking, and I just keep hitting. He couldn't kill me fast enough. That's with a level 2 spear, rag top, and leather pants. So you don't need a whole lot just to basically ignore Icathir. If 2 of you are in the world, I'm sure you could just go fight Icathir immediately without needing any armor or any weapon upgrades. Okay, maybe make an axe. Don't fight him barehanded. That might be a bit of a challenge. Just because barehanded you're going to be doing 1 damage per hit, and I think he has something like 150 health. And what are we dealing? Pierce damage 10 to 17. That checks out. 150 health if I'm dealing 17 per hit. Onwards north. Actually, south. Is that a house? That is a house. Should we go check for a beehive? It doesn't have one. No beehive. No chest either. Ripped off. You know what? We live here now. There. Oh shit. No. Where do you lot keep coming from? Stop it. This place is quite lovely. Put the bed there. We don't have enough for the chest. That's a shame. Ooh, okay. These need to go. They are right in the way of where I want to walk. I suppose we'll need a roof before I make a chest. So, guess we didn't, right? Onward! Standing stones are up there, right? No! I walked just too close. That's fine. That give me another D trophy? No, good. B. No B. There is B. Hello B. Oh. How much do these weigh? 4. Okay. The trophies weigh 2 each, which is another piece of wood. Do we drop the resin? Or do we just leave a pile of wood? Or what it is. Doing that feels so much worse, knowing that I can't actually mark the location. Another house over there. Okay, well, we're not gonna get too distracted. Oh, dummy, that's bloody Ikathir. Did I get lost yet? Oh. Let me find the standing stones and I'll get back to you on that. They should be over here, though. Does that mean yes? Okay, if I'm saying they should be here, does that mean I'm lost? No, right? Because I have to say they should be here and be wrong. That to be correct. For me to be lost, I have to say they should be this way and be wrong. I'm gonna stand by that. The standing stones are in this direction. In fact, I think they're through that tree line. There's more fir trees that way. There's a lot of black forest here. B? Maybe. Don't make me leave stuff behind, but if I had to, it's gonna be those. I have to leave more behind? Why? I guess that. Not that I feel like gold might not be very useful to me this run. Assuming I ever find the merchant and then find my way back home. We'll see. We'll see. We did run a fair way north, so the standing stone should be somewhere nearby at least. Ooh. And to be fair, I should check through that tree line just to make sure. Walking past them would probably quantify me as lost. We're not picking more resin up. I know we're on the coastline, right? So they should be here. Well, there's my house in that way. But I swam across that gap, didn't I? Okay. I'm not gonna say I'm lost yet. Because the standing stones are on the coastline, right? I'm just a little too far north. Okay. So I am too far south. Did I find Agathia? Twice so far. The nice early hunt. He actually almost kicked my ass the first fight. One of the reasons I wanted to turn this into a no HUD run is because without the HUD we can't see our health. And without seeing the health bar we also can't see how long we have left on certain food items. Those two factors combined... Shit, wait. Is there an island? Wait, is that another island? Is this another river? Okay, I actually might... I'm gonna say, on a pure technicality, I might be lost, because I think that's a different island to what I thought it was. Geographically, I thought I knew where it was. Right now, I might not know. That has to be the starting island. I just never realized there was another river to the other side of it. Hey Finn, welcome in. Right. Oh my word. This landmass has got way more confusing. Okay, and here's another reason I wanted to originally do a no HUD run. I might eventually try and find a mod that lets me have no HUD while still being able to build with the hammer. Because currently that's the only curse of no HUD, is I literally cannot build without turning the HUD on. So... no HUD means we also don't have a stamina bar. If I jump, there's no stamina bar. If I fight, there's no health bar. The only way I know if I can eat is by right-clicking a food and seeing myself munch it. So the timing on the food is guesswork, unless you're actually going to keep a timer. And all of those things combined, put together, means that I have to now just assume or guess if I can make it across this river. I could go past the shallow point there, but that's lame. Strawberry and a honey. Can we make it without dying? This is part of the reason I did want to do a no HUD run, because this is a completely different challenge to no map. It means that I cannot look at my game and say, oh, I have X health, X stamina. We're taking damage. We shouldn't be above 100 health, though below 100 health you take 3 damage per tick swimming. That's fine. You're fine. But the guesswork part just brings in... It suddenly goes from I can make it because I know the math to do I want to risk it? Oh, I definitely need to find a mod for that though, because I cannot play this without the build menu. And so far the compromise is that I just have to turn the HUD back on to build. It's a bit tedious. So it's just no map at the moment, but if I can find a HUD mod that lets me tweak what is and isn't visible, may become a no-hard run. Because the boss fights without knowing what your health is or what the boss's health is completely changes how you play it. You go from... pardon me. You go from just beating up a boss to actually... That should have hit. Come on, game. But you go from completely beating up a boss and then running away when your health gets low to playing the whole fight out differently. Wow. What a map generation! I never realized this is an island. I almost actually want to turn the map back on and just have a look at the terrain on the top-down level. This is an island. We spawned on an island. We are surrounded by a cove. And the ocean is out to the south. What a fascinating map to have actually got. And there we go. That boss down. No HUD would be absolutely an extra challenge. The only thing, like, you have to have the craft menus, you have to have the build menu, as well as the build menu, you of course need to farm half-level race ground. All of those menus need to be active. Basically what I'm looking to do is turn status effects off. I wouldn't mind getting rid of the hotkey. The hotkey bar up there could probably go as well, right? Because if I can open my menu and manage it, I don't need to be reminded of what's where. Especially because at this point, 800 hours into Valheim, I do run on muscle memory. Shield, potion, or actually, shield, cultivator, hoe, if not potion. Hammer, axe, pickaxe. Pickaxe? Weapon. Okay, I got confused because weapon's in slot 1 at the moment, but that's because a flint spear is actually secretly a crude bow, but better because it doesn't cost you anywhere near as much of the scrap leather. You have been granted the power of Ikathir. Use it in times of need. Your next target dwells in the Black Forest. Go there, explore the lands, and uncover their lost treasures and resources. The Elder awaits. This next part, I know where I am now. We can either head back north around the cove and around to the other side. Is that a grey dwarf? So, what are you doing in the meadows? Did he actually wander here from somewhere, or is there a black forest nearby? This is an island. This is an island of meadows. How did he get here? So I know my house is over there. That's where my house with the upgraded workbench is. But I need to walk all the way back around because I want to pick up the bees on the way home. We're going to drop a bit of stuff in that chest over there too. We have one bee, but there's leathers and a couple of other things I want to pick up as well. Some raw meats too. I think I left some arrows over there and I'm probably going to do the same again. That's where we swam across the first time. I think it might be. It's so hard. Games that reuse assets, right? Like you look at a rock and you go, that's a rock. I remember that rock. But then you can see the exact same rock elsewhere on the map. Oh, stop. It's the second time a deer has done that. So I guess this land doesn't connect up. I suppose we need to... we'll need to swim across to the west? Yeah. The west is where there's more land. How much are we carrying? 280? We'll leave the rock piles then. Not going to be able to pick that up. We need to drop 5. Unless we can place a whole stack. No. We'll drop 5. Are we running south? We're running east. Eh? Okay. I'm not lost because I know how to get back to the spawn, but I am definitely disorientated. Probably don't need a whole lot of stone, do we? We're running east. Which means that's north. I mean, okay, logic says all I have to do is follow the coast around to the other side, pick up my bee, and then I head back home. But if I get... This is the problem. If I allow myself to get disorientated, I could end up screwed. We need to stay with the water. Icathia was on a coast. So if we don't see Icathia spawn sometime soon, we're in trouble. Though it looks like maybe the island... Are we still on the island? There's Black Forest up there. Have we passed Icathia? We must have. Maybe Icathia is on his own little cove. Find a little farmland. It's so sad that I can't mark anything. That's honestly what's killing me the most right now, is knowing that every cool place I walk past, or everything I ever want to go to, Farm Islands. It's too far up. Farm Islands. Those little things there, like garden walls and stuff like that. Not being able to mark them is what's killing me the most. It's got nothing to do with navigation at this point. It's just that I want to compulsively mark all of the things I find. So... is Icathia here? No. Black Forest.
Hello there.
Tuna! Welcome in! Welcome in, Raiders, Blue Badger, Catamaran, Dark Raiden, Adelaide SA, Tuna. Welcome in, everyone. And thank you so much for the raid, Tuna. Give me a hot minute. No, you are my target. I may not survive. Oh, not with a 1-star. Okay. Welcome. Give me that rock herd. It's cold. Watch there be a skeleton up here. I am running away. I don't even care for your stuff. Leave me alone. Oh, there's a pig farm up ahead. Doesn't help me. You know what might help me is hiding in one of these places, though. We have refuge. A little bit. Did we lose them? Okay, we make our stand.
Hello there.
Nightbane! Fractolia! Welcome in. I do have a bit of reprieve while we sit here, actually. You know what I'm gonna do? First things first, make sure we're fine. Let's put down a little fire. They won't walk through the door here. And we can heal. Oh my lord, see ya. Very much so. I had an emote redeemed, and I thought it might have been because of an epilepsy warning, but they approved it when I renamed it, so definitely not anything to do with a epilepsy. Home from spawn, but the moment you get disorientated and lose sight of spawn or home, that's it. You need to find a new home. You need to set up base all over again. So it's an interesting thing I hadn't really considered, is the initial learning curve of learning a map. A lot of the times when I tested this run out, I'd done it on maps where I already knew the lands. I knew the geography, I knew where to go and how to get there, so turning the map off on those maps was fine. I knew I had to head south from that corner of the land. I knew that rock over there meant that I was close to home. So I just got a welcome to chat. Do we disconnect? I'm gonna refresh just to make sure. No, we seem fine, but chat didn't load properly the second time around. Take two. There we go. But yes, testing on maps that you already have a home on, that you're already familiar with, was an entirely different situation to starting a fresh map and having to learn the geography as you're exploring. It's fine if you say, I'm going to head north and only north, and then you head south and only south, and you're going to eventually find home. But in this case, we've gone around a cove, and we've got a couple of places where we've set up home base already. It's one of those things that I wasn't expecting. We have found Agathia. Technically, we're one step into the game as it is. The one thing that's going to be curious, when we die, we respawn out of bed. That's a mechanic I can use to my advantage. I'm not doing portals. There's going to be no blank portal to home, because that would kind of defeat the purpose of getting lost if I can just always portal home and back again. I'm technically never lost then. The only thing I would lose, arguably, would be that boat if I'm so far away that I can't actually bring the boat home. So we're going to go a proper portal-less run, with one exception to that rule, which is, if Haldor is hours and hours of boating away from where I live, short of actually setting up a base over at Haldor, what I'm thinking of is just having the one portal to Haldor, and the weird part that's going to be a little awkward to actually figure out is that if I get lost, if let's say we use a system home 1, home 2, and home 3, if I get lost and cannot get back to home 1, but home 1 has a portal to the merchant, if I go to the merchant, my honor rule is going to be that I jump through the portal, rename it, and then jump back through before it gets cut off, and then that portal system is gone. I have to physically go back to home 1 to get that portal system back. That's going to be my rule of thumb. My honor rule is killing the connections I have back to previous homes if I get lost. But I'm thinking we have a veto for portaling to the merchant and back again. No marking the map, yeah. That's, honestly, that's the thing that's killing it for me. It's not the navigation or the, getting discombobulated regarding where I am in the world. What's killing me the most is not being able to open the map right now and put a marker right here that says Coastal Village. I am so used to just marking every place on the map possible that had a neat vibe to it or a place I could come back to and chill out. Nothing to do with navigation. I just want to mark on the map that there's a coastal village here, and I can't do it. I might never come back here. I mean, they've got so many worlds where I do that religiously. I open the map and I would write coastal village and I would never return there ever again. But it would be on my map and I would know, oh yeah, there's a coastal village over there. It just helped fill the world with a bit of, I don't know, backstory, I suppose. Having a map with icons that remind you of places you've been or where you've gone to. I don't get that. Navigation aside, I can't just write the story of where I've traveled on my map. Right, there's the river through the Black Forest. I've somehow completely bypassed Icothere on my way back. But we at the very least know where the river is through the Black Forest. That's something we could probably use to travel and explore a little bit later on if we get a car. And yes, signs can be put anywhere, which is definitely something I'm going to be using to my advantage. I'm going to have like tiny little houses with like a workbench, a campfire, and a cooking station. And that'll be it. That'll be the only thing that place has. Except for a sign that says main base south or main base north. Basically, the only thing I'm going to have to my advantage is tiny little places where I've set up a mini home that just tell me verbally where I have to go. Almost like a road sign system. Look, fight me or don't fight me. Earth seeds is nice too. We have 6 pickaxes. We have carrot seeds. This is not a bad start. This is actually a pretty great start to the run. What am I throwing out? 13 stone could probably... 13 stone versus carrot seeds? I definitely know what I'd prefer. So, if we're completely lost, we'll know in a few minutes. I didn't grab the thistle. What would I drop for thistle? The eyes? They're easy to come by, I suppose. What do you drop for thistle? 2 berries? A torch? Probably a torch. We have tin. I don't have the space or the carry capacity, but we do have tin. And this map has honestly been amazing. The seed is called Hom Sweat Hom. Spelt, let me type it out. Hang on, I can just up and enter, right? No, because I refreshed. That's the seed name, Hom Sweat Hom. Because Home Sweet Home was quite a few characters over max play, unfortunately. So I've compromised. We went with Hom Sweat Hom. And the whole area, from this cove here. Okay. That's east. That's north. That's west. There should be a house about here. Somewhere. I need to stop zooming my camera in so much. Articulate, intelligent sounding Twitch streamer? Oh, where? What? Thank you for the lurk, Adelaide. I mean, you have come from Tuna Stream. There's actually a pretty decent... Bees. Bees, bees, bees. Give me the bees. Give me the beesness. But I have bad news. I didn't hear those bees on the other way around. There's a chance I went that way. And I have run into a troll. Okay. Here is a river. Let's swim straight across. There is meant to be a house here somewhere. I don't believe I left a fire, but I did leave a workbench and a chest full of bees. We've already got quite a collection of bees as it is, actually. It's been something that's been pretty consistent with all of the runs I've had. I always seem to get a lot of bees with my custom... I say custom seed name, seed generator, but I never test any of these out prior. I just have always got a ton of bees whenever I type in a funny phrase for the seed gen. I'm desperately trying to catch a glimpse of a house through the tree line, and I am not finding one, and I'm actually worried. There's another river. Oh, I know this place. Yeah, we came through here and we looked across there and I said something that I forgot. But I did say something about this place. Come here. Way overshot. Investing in roads is also something else. Warlock suggested that earlier and I love the idea, using Parthen. And I think when we get home, I'm going to start doing that. I wouldn't mind desperately trying to build a bridge across here, but I'm not going to be able to build a proper bridge without iron beams. What are we looking at? Trophy? Don't need it. And before I forget... Tuna? Thank you for the raid. It's very much appreciated. Thank you for trusting me with your community as well. I know we had a ton of new people pop in, so let's get... We were a little distracted when you popped in, but... For those of you who don't know me, my name is Boardbrain. Welcome to the mess that is my stream. You have chosen, or been chosen, to be viewed as some of the most scuffed content this side of Twitch. I hope you enjoy your stay. One day, I'll just get it pre-recorded. I might find a voice actor who can do a real Dr. Breen accent. Get a proper Dr. Breen intro that I can just run on command. Don't like the fact I'm seeing berries. I should not be seeing berries. Absolutely not be seeing berries. If I'd come through here on my way... Oh. What? Where are we? We're facing west. Okay, this is that disorientation stuff I mentioned that is really dangerous. We didn't swim across here, did we? What's that? East. Is this a lake or a river? Does it connect to the ocean or is it entirely landlocked? I have to keep around. I can't change course. If I let myself get disorientated and if I let that disorientation change where I go, that was never gonna hit, then I'm doomed. I have a chest with bees. Awkwardly, I might have to get home first before I can find the chest with bees by heading back north. A wood pile! Okay, We're making progress. We've been here before. Absolutely, Tuna. Genuinely, like, I know it's sort of, you end up going through the motions a little bit sometimes. I feel like it would be very easy to go through the motions with Twitch shoutouts and the like. But genuinely, if you are into Valheim content, and a bit of Subnautica too, I believe, at the moment still, if I'm not mistaken, then absolutely go give Tuna a follow. There's a descriptive word for affirmative. I was gonna say the word, it's on the tip of my tongue, no, but I gotta stop overusing phrase. Icafear! Wait. This is Icafear. Can I stop getting lost in the opposite? It's like I end up getting to a place I recognize, but it's in the complete wrong order. I bypassed areas of the map I thought were prior to finding this place, but here's the Icafear. With my little temporary base I had set up. Okay, so this means two things. The bees are further along, and that I have no idea where I went, because that was much longer trip. Walking from here to the spawn stones was a much shorter trip than walking from the spawn stones back here. So I have no idea where we went differently between those two paths, but we've at least made it back to Icafear. It's a hell of a mountain. A mountain within range. This is a decent map. Within visual range of Icafear's spawn. Probably puts it within somewhat walking distance of home base. Okay. So, if Icafear was there, we have a little ways to go before we get back to the bee chest. But it wasn't too far. It was at the crest of the cove, I believe. More mushrooms. Oh, I accidentally picked up a dandelion. Have you got many plans for when you finish Subnautica, Tuna? Like I know you've still got your Valheim runs as well. But as far as the variety slot goes, is there a game following? There's been a fair few games that have been out on Big Games Launch for free lately. Borderlands 3 I think came out for free, and your Bioshock collection came out the other day as well. Definitely not lacking for choice. Sorry. I'm fine. Who screamed? Did someone scream? I thought I heard something. No? Okay. Okay. Here's a question. Do we drop a hammer? Or a hoe? We could drop a hoe, right? Stone axe level 2. For bones? I mean, I really don't want to drop too many resources. We do have a full stack of boar meat. No second boar meat though to drop. Only one honey? Now the decision is, do we wait 3 minutes to eat the honey, or do we just throw it on the ground and walk away? Let's see if we can find the home. I was gonna build a home here actually, because it's right between like a bit of black forest. Let's just build a little tiny hut, shall we? Aesthetics. Come on, don't be like this. Oh, okay, we went one too far. Wait, we threw the stone away? How far back was that? Did we just make the house smaller? Probably. Makes sense. Let's take... What? Oh, we get stuck out here with no hammer. But we still have no stone. All we need is a bed. What are we missing for the bed? Flash chest, right? Chest or a bed? That almost smacked me in the face at full force. I hear the grumblings of the gremlins. Come here. No stars. No stamina to throw. Alright, go. Yeah. How did I stagger a grey dwarf with a skeleton hit me? Something didn't seem right there. So much garbage I want to compulsively pick up. Alright. We have enough wood for the chest though, so let's just throw some stuff down. That's that. All of that. What? What? Dog bark at you and then just sits there, staring? Come here. I detest that spears can't hit your toes. That would be the one thing that would make spears actually good. Instead of, I mean, I don't think it's any controversy to say spears are a bit of a compromise. Attack speed, durability, at the compromise of losing it and having to aim. It's just the highest go ceiling, that's all. But it can't hit your toes. Hey, we can eat honey. Look at that. You run from the meadows. I don't mean to spawn in the meadows. Did the skeleton bones here already despawn? Or did we already pick them up? We might have already picked it up. We have 3 on us already. We could also cook the rest of the meat. Do we have enough for a fire? We do. Let's cook all the meat up. Come here. I did pick them up. Awesome. Thanks for letting me know, actually. I still don't genuinely know what the despawn timer for items on the ground is. I know the workbench will stop them from despawning, but I don't know how long you get to go pick them up. And we have a log over here we need to get rid of. We can make a bed. Radorf trophy. Hole, isn't it? Well, now we can make a sign at least. That takes up an extra slot in the inventory. Not the sort of outcome I was hoping for. I suppose that is probably what you get when you run away and forget. But, yeah, you know. English? Hmm? Alright, we have meat. And I apparently have something stuck in my throat, just like real cooking. Thankfully, I've not done it in real life yet too much. Walking away from the stove and leaving stuff to burn. The only thing now that's stopping us from being able to get cooking station. Day 7. Look at that. Look at what we've done by day 7. Everything short of getting lost and having to start from scratch at this point. 31 boar meat. We're going to have 3. Yeah, hang on. 19 necktail. I suppose the fine thing about deer meat now, cooking deer meat doesn't waste it, because even if you upgrade your kitchen, you can then turn cooked deer meat into deer stew. All we're missing are the carrots and the cauldron. Mental blank there. It's just nothing but mental blanks. I either need to go get a cup of tea soon. Or something. Forgive me. The sales pitch about the scuffed stream has nothing to do with technology or even the redeem. What the scuffed stream has to do with is my brain just sometimes turning off and nothing coming out of it for a few minutes. One more deer meat. Such a sad little deer meat all by itself. Why don't we keep that one? We can hunt some more deer on the way home. Never mind. I clicked the wrong thing. I suppose the only thing left would be to put a bed here. What can we take with us? We want the corewood, probably want the arrows, the great ore fires. Not the resin technically, but we do want the leathers. Feathers. We'll trade out. Trade out feathers for the trophy. Speaking of, we'll probably leave that trophy behind too. Up and away! I can't mark any of these places down. This is torture. I just want to mark places. I keep hitting 2 per weapon. I might have to change them around. Hello, sir. There we go. Don't need the resin. My house has a complete roof. That has to be it. Less than 100 health, so we should only take 3 per tick. Even so, oh, we have land here. 4 per tick. Is it percentage based? Maybe it maybe the iterate maybe excuse me. I genuinely do have something stuck in my throat. It's actually infuriating. Tea break might be in order. I'm either losing my voice or something else hard. Okay, so we actually have 100 wood here. Because I cooked all the meat up, I don't have the space to take more meat. Back with me. Trying to figure out how I juggle this though. Do we need bones immediately? Probably cape. Do we need the Icathea trophy or the gold? Gold. Oh, the boar can stay here. Does that seem fine? Probably, I think. Let's quickly, you know what? One necktail. Stay here. Hey ho though. A little bit further south and we'll actually be back at our main base. Past that, I guess we're officially into the copper grinds. So, it was mentioned a little earlier, and it's definitely worth bearing in mind. If I make all of these into pickaxes, and then run out and die with all of my pickaxes on me, I then have to go fight Agathir again. That's not the worst thing in the world. The compromise is going to be splitting them in half. We'll take 3 pickaxes with us. If we die, we'll leave 3 pickaxes back at our last bed. Or at our main bed. Could be the best option. Gotta go. Thank you for hanging around. It's good to see you. It's been a while. There's been a couple of names I remember from a long time ago that have come back today. It's been nice to see. It's always pleasant to have people that come back to say hi every once in a while. And here is a tiny little channel right before we hit home, which will be right there when it pops in. Wait for it. Pop! That is the most awkward chunk load I think I've ever had. It seems to be right on a corner. There's east, so the corner would be... must be right where the house is. The house is on the corner of a chunk, is basically what I've come to assume. I'm sure if we go digging around with the hoe, we can find the actual precise spot that the chunk loads in. Is that a pig or a grayling? Come here. We've done it! A round trip. Made it all the way back. We don't have flint on us. Should we be weird and go get the rest of the stuff we left in that chest? I'm thinking of being weird and wandering back. Honestly, it wasn't that far to the chest we left all the bees in. We now have 5 bees too. Let's put them down before we forget. Oh. We don't have enough wood to get the bees. Let's go rid of this. And we'll make a path here. Connect this bit of land a bit more thoroughly. Oh, she had to land in the water. Speaking of, this is a conversation from a little while ago. It might actually predate your raid before you brought everyone in, Tuna, but I was talking about the possibility of mods on this run. One of the ones I was thinking of is going to be some kind of no HUD mod, because when you don't have HUD, it completely removes 3 very important numbers for Valheim. The first number is your health, the most important. The second number is your stamina, the second most important number. And the third set of important numbers in Valheim is the time on your food. We just ate, but the only way to check with HUD disabled or with the health bar disabled is by clicking food. If you click food and can't eat, then you're still good. But that's technically the only way to check with a no HUD. The problem I have with no HUD run as it is in vanilla is that if I ever want to build or if I ever want to use the hoe or the cultivator. I cannot change the recipes that those tools have set unless I turn HUD on. Right now, you can see the cursor over the water there, but that's because I've got the menu up. With no HUD in vanilla, you cannot change anything except your tab. You can Q and E to change what tab you're building from. Furniture, building, workbenches, or miscellaneous, I think this one is. So, if I can find a mod that gives me either the ability to customize what HUD I can turn on or off, or one that just has what I'm looking for, I'm tempted to also put a no HUD mod onto this run. Not knowing your stamina, your health, or your food counter, or status effects. That's another thing I want to get rid of, is status effects. But that completely changes how you handle fights. It changes how you handle things like raids. If you get a troll raid, for example, it's like, oh, I have... And that's the reason I want to get rid of it, is because if a troll raid happens, I can go, oh, okay, I have X amount of health. I know exactly what the rules of the game are, and I know how to deal with X amount of damage. Without that, I have to completely rethink how I'm actually handling damage taken. It becomes less about I can handle a troll fight and more about can I handle a troll fight. It's something I did with Fallout as well. Or in a different sense, I suppose. I play a bit of Fallout 4, and one of the changes I made to that game, with the way I'm playing through at the moment, is that I got the survival mode enabled, which does two key things. It changes the level advantage for the endurance stat to be nil. There's the edge of the world, by the way. Right there. Where's the other end? You can see the seam now. Now we know where it is, you can see it. Look at that. And there's the corner. Right here. I think. It looks like the seam goes that way. I don't want to hoe the ground just to find out, but we'll run with it. We'll assume that's the corner, and this is what pops in and loads. But the survival mode for Fallout 4 changes the... It does a different thing, but with a similar outcome, which is it changes your health to not level with your endurance stat. It also does the same for enemies. The outcome is you go from saying, oh, I can fight a super mutant, to that one being kind of like more of a knife fight. Everyone can kill everyone. And because survival mode also changes the save mechanic, it also means that if you haven't slept, you haven't saved. You need to sleep to save in Fallout 4 survival. So if you haven't slept, and you accidentally run into a group of raiders, it goes from just like, oh, they're raiders, they're fodder because X level, blah blah blah, to being an actual moment of terror. Because if you saved an hour ago, any raider can headshot you and that's game over. You have to go back to your last save, which was an hour ago. That mechanic is what I'm looking to emulate by disabling the health bar, stamina bar, and the food timer in Valheim, because it means I then have to take each fight as somewhat guesswork. Like, yeah, right now, let's say I had no HUD and I had no idea I needed to eat a raspberry. I could right now just go and spam click 3 food and go, oh, okay, one of them ran out. That lets me know right now that I am at max health, max, you know, quote unquote, max health, max stamina for what food I've eaten. So it's guesswork to a certain point, because I can kind of know, I mean, do they just say? I can kind of know what health I'm at then, because they do just say. 35, 37. Plus 25. So what is that? 60, 90. I would have 97 health maximum until the food starts running out. You could do the same for stamina, I suppose. Still, I think it'd be a neat addition to the run. The extra layer that I'd have to deal with. You weren't a rock. Oh, there's something else too. When you get rid of HUD, you don't have a crosshair. It's not so bad with the spear. You have to kind of eyeball the throw anyway. But with a bow, not having that crosshair to line things up is absolutely crippling to me. I cannot use a bow without the crosshair. It basically puts me on equal terms with the spear, just gassing and throwing. Feeling it out, I suppose, a little bit with the spear, but... Oh. We're not upgrading Rag Tunic. I should also set my spawn point down here. I slept! No! I might have already set the spawn point when I got back. Sleep is a river and dreams are live fish. You wake in the morning with your net empty. That's a fancy way of saying I didn't dream. Treasure needs to go here. We went out to collect wood to get beehives, and now we need to put down the beehives before we forget. Otherwise, I will forget because I'm me. And I know me. I never did ask, actually. How was your stream, Tuna? I'm grounded. Oh. If I'd read that, I might have saved myself a big on the face moment. Because if you're playing grounded, I take it you beat Subnautica below 0. Is it much of a shorter game? I know below 0 got rid of a lot of the grindiness that the first Subnautica had, but having not actually played the second one yet. I'm being weird with the terrain again. I need to stop doing this. I over-modify terrain. We just need beehives. 4 beehives, that's it. Wait. We don't have enough wood. I mean, we do, right? Yes, we don't. We should put this somewhere. Guess trophies are here. 41 leather scraps isn't too shoddy either. You have tree seeds somewhere. I guess here now. Actually, I'm gonna cut back. We're gonna leave 4, we're gonna make 2. What do we need? 10 wood. Yes. You know what, I actually think I would change the soundtrack after this song. I want something a bit more chill. There's too much fighting music on this soundtrack. I mean, it's great when it syncs up with what you're doing. You get in a fight, a little tiny scrap, and it's neat, but I just wanted something a bit more relaxed for the time being. Yeah. Let's go get the rest of our stuff, shall we? Didn't kill him. I missed. Looked like the deer was actually gonna hit me. Spawn here. Interesting. There's no lore stone. There's one over there. We keep getting boars spawn right across the river. So what do we actually need? As far as 5D leather, 20D leather scraps. We have that. We even have the flint. Which is usually one of the rare blocks I get is flint. So we can get a tier 3 workbench. We need 20 wood for the pickaxes. Nice little pond. We have a whole stack of stone. We have enough flint. We're going to use 15 for the workbench upgrade though. I think we might have to go home, throw everything down in the empty chests once we pick this stuff up from the house here. We'll throw everything in the empty chest and we'll just go cut down trees. Is the house there? No. Well, my run with the spear was good while it lasted. I can't even throw point blank. Ah! Redemption. There's the bloody one star. The one we let get away. Oh. Kind of you. There's a village through the trees. Though somewhere along here is meant to be my house. Having the Black Forest so close by has been repeatedly disorientating. The house should be through here. Don't do this to me. The house should be through here. There's that one. Oh. There it is. Oh, Lord. I'm gonna have to get used to this sometime. I mean, so far, so good, right? It's not been too terribly disorientating. I mean, it has been. But not so bad that I've genuinely got completely lost yet. Okay, that's cheating. You can't disappear into the ground. Do we have a third stamina food? Maybe I place a fire with some of my last stamina. Not exactly a slots issue. I was about to cook the rest of my food, but it's not a slots issue. Oh. Come on. Would that work? It's too low, right? That is the snap. But I want it a little higher. Maybe, hang on. No, that wouldn't work. I mean, maybe that would. That, but we snap it like it. Scuffed, but I'll take it. I should eat. Cooking deer meat as well. Probably leave some of that. Alright. McTail. Carrying too much. I need to take a very quick break. I need to go to the restroom. So, I think I'll call this tea break. I'm gonna go boil the kettle, get myself a fresh cup of tea, take a quick restroom break, and I shouldn't be any longer than 5 minutes. Well, thank you everyone who's joined me today, actually. This has been super productive. I genuinely wasn't expecting to get a whole lot done today. I kind of wanted to just get settled in the world, make 1 or 2 bases around the place, and do a little bit of exploration. But we've also gone and killed Ikathia. We've gone and got, well, basically in the copper grind at the moment. We've got a ton of beehives and everything. It's been super, super lucrative. But I'm gonna go take a very quick break. I shouldn't be gone too long. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. It takes a couple for the kettle to boil, so if I'm not back in 10, I guess one of you can get the channel. I'm not sure how, but it'll be up for grabs if I'm not back in 10. Should I say that? No, probably not. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a few minutes. And I'm back. Whew. 2 cups of tea. It was nice to get up and stretch my legs for a few minutes too. I've come back with just a Yorkshire, proper strong. Can't go wrong with a Yorkshire cup of tea. The other cup I brought back with me though is one of my new favorites, and weirdly, it's a Lipton. I'm not normally a super big fan of Lipton teas, but this flavor combination is just so good it can't be beat. The flavors in question are vanilla, chamomile, and honey, and it is such a absolutely gorgeous flavor combo. I'm tempted to go down. There's a cafe in town that has some real like proper baristas. They do their own teas. They have the dry leaves and they will actually make you tea. If you say I want this, this, and this, they'll make you that tea. You don't have to make a preset choice. I'm tempted to go down there and ask them for a lemon, chamomile, and honey. Or sorry, a vanilla, chamomile, and honey, because well, perhaps my skepticism, but I never imagined Lipton. In my experience, you can do better than Lipton, even if Lipton has nice flavors. I want to go try, quote unquote, the real thing. Maybe that'll be on my to-do list for tomorrow. Oh, sorry. It was tomorrow when I got up out of bed. Now it's today. I suppose I'll make that my to-do list for later on today. But I'm back. The timer isn't at 10 minutes yet, so no one gets my channel. I'm sorry. Right. You know the one thing about this save? Is this is going to be interesting in the future. Pardon me. When you have access to the map, you can load into a world and you can just say, oh, there's home. When you have access to a portal network, you can load into the portals and just go, oh, there's where I need to be. When you don't have portals or the map, there's a real risk if I ever take a pause on this game mode. If I ever, the Valheim hiatus, there's actually a risk that this map, well, I would just have to reload. The only risk is that I log out somewhere where I'm not familiar with. And I have to recalibrate where I am. It's not the right word, but it'll do for now. I just want to stand on the cross. Just smash that smash. You can do the rest from down here. And with the roof a little further out, we could also make the house a little wider. That might be a job for later on. It's not too bad being cozy here. 10 wood. And what do the antlers weigh? 2 each. I'm sure the antler pickaxe weighs 2 each as well, so we can save 5 weight. Yeah, no change. Hard antler weighs 2. Antler pickaxe weighs 2. You basically burn the weight of wood. Then we have the 10 stone would be the 20 weight we need reduced. Tempted just to leave the 10 stone here anyway. Technically we don't need it. We can come back. Hoarder's mentality, right? We can't use the hoarder's mentality the same way we normally do. Usually what we do is hoard... Yes? Black Forest is rich in minerals. Here you can find copper in the ground and tin lining the ocean shore. Forth and strike the earth. Okay. Normally what my game plan is for hoarding is hoarding everything in one place. Given we're going to be trying to live in many places, as much as is viable, I don't want to tenfold the amount of grinding we have to do. But at the same time, having a workbench set up, at least like tier 2, around the world, just dozens of workbenches would be... I think that would be something to aim for. Especially as you get higher in the tech trees, you're going to need better and better workbenches to repair stuff. So... Tier 2 workbenches. Gas station level 2. I got caught up. Just caught up figuring stuff out there for a sec. Cheese isn't that heavy. I should have eaten something else. Do we drop something? This is the inevitable. This is the curse. We have the house right over there. Necktail weighs nothing. Wait. Necktail weighs half each. Cooked boar weighs 1. Cooked deer weighs 1. Most of the forage goods weigh 0.1. Flint weighs 2, wood weighs 2. Boar trophies weigh 2. Do we just... Let's leave the boar trophies over there. Deer hide weighs 1. Leather weighs half. 4 trophies can go in here. The deer trophies arguably could too. This is closer to Agathia than home base. The only reason we need deer trophies is for Stack Breaker. Not that we're short for deers all around the home base though. Hence. Question is, where did we kill? Where did we leave all that stuff? Another deer trophy. I'd sooner throw it out than head back, I think. I think I can part with 1 wood. What else do we have? We have deer trophy and meat. I part with 2 wood. I do definitely overvalue consumable items. Over things you can collect infinitely, things you consume seem to have a bit more temporary value. It's hard. But clearing those things is definitely worth it. As far as I've understood, once you kill a skeleton from those things, they don't respawn. Can you swing? Thank you. The perfect movement, the strategy, the timing, and my fair amount of practice from... Interestingly, it's the permadeath runs, the rogue runs. You just spawn in... Is it because I fought Icathea that you spawn in the meadows now? Look, fight me or don't fight me. Stop walking around. It must be because I fought Icathea that these guys spawn in the meadows. Oh, I was saying something before. Yes. One of the things I had to learn to do in the permadeath run was very quickly adjust to figuring out things like how much damage I take from certain enemies, how much health I need or how much armor I need to be able to tank a hit. So, I think we're on World 5 at the moment. I'm still gonna go back. It's terrible. Still want to go back to my Rogue Run character. We've definitely not seen the last of Nerd Turgle. I did 100% I did get burnt out doing so many copper grinds, but I think it was also just a bit of exhaustion of so much Valheim. But now I've had my break and are sort of coming back into it a little bit. I ran a poll last month, 30 days. It actually just finished yesterday. Poll asked the question, what game do we finish? Properly finish. And the result came back Crash Bandicoot, 25%. Super Hot with 12%, I think it was. And then tied in 3rd and 4th place was Monster Hunter and Death Stranding. But I think somewhere in there we need to properly sit down and actually finish the Rogue Run. Or at the very least, I would be content with sunsetting the Rogue Run if we can at least get 2 planes That's where I want to end up, right? I'm a bit worried about Bone Mass fight. Having fought Bone Mass probably more than any other boss in the game, he's the only one that I struggle with personally. He's just an absolute tank for health. Having said that, I've never used the min-maxy weapon stuff. I normally just run in with a sword and play swordplay. But that's the thing. The Rogue Run's definitely been teaching me a couple of things about numbers game. And it is going to be a numbers game, and if I want to beat the Rogue Run, I'm going to have to pay attention to a lot of those numbers. Hey, it's how you survive. You walk in there with 100 health and you let a skeleton hit you through the shield. You block it, you look and you pay attention how much damage did the skeleton do. Right. 1 star, double the damage, double the stagger bar and everything else. 2 star, double it again. But the point being made is that you can measure these numbers practically, and you can put the numbers game in a practical scenario. The only difficulty is I am a little worried how many times it's going to take me getting to Bone Mass in order to figure out the Bone Mass numbers game. I could Google how much health he has, I could Google what the best weapon is. Yeah, I can get my answers. But that's not how I play. Nothing wrong with those systems. They're there for a reason, they're there to be used, but... And that's part of the joy I've had with the Rogue Run in particular, is the fact that I do have to learn the game. I'm kind of forcing myself to properly learn the game, rather. And it's come in handy, you know, as the inciting point that made the conversation appear. Knowing I could fight a skeleton with 3 armor, and only rag pants. Sorry. Leather pants. More to that, knowing his patterns, knowing my timings, knowing how to maneuver around his swing, how to come back in. How to avoid the shield having a massive knockback was one of the things I had to learn very quickly using tower shields. Knockback has to be the most counterproductive mechanic of solo play. If you're playing as a group and you've got a dedicated DPS who's all stamina, 100 feet away with a bow, you've got a dedicated warrior who's parry shield and everything, and he's, you know, 2 health, 1 stamina kind of deal, and then a dedicated tank running a tower shield, right? The knockback is fine for the tank because all he has to do is keep his distance and keep alive and draw aggro. The warrior would then come in and do stun damage, and the DPS at the back could probably target down anything that's stunned. But, I mean, that sort of mechanic to the game either hasn't been realized yet, I'm curious. Given the Hearth and Home update, I'm curious if the intent is to go into more of a team-style gameplay for later combat. It may well be that the late game for Valheim is less of a jack of all trades in stats and having to... Well, I say that, right? And I am getting a bit hypothetical here, but we also have to remember that the game has to be able to be completed in solo play. Has to, right? But, pardon me. I mean, it is worth mentioning. You can't lock people out of playing the game just because they don't have friends or a server or something, you know? Like, just because you don't have 4 people who are into Valheim, or everyone might get bored, lose interest within a month or something. I've had that happen myself. You can't restrict the game to only multiplayer, but at the same time, I definitely want to see team play aspect visualized wholly. I think it would be amazing. properly see through, like having a tank roll or a DPS roll and stuff like that. Let's go ahead and get some tin and some copper, shall we? I figured that would be a good way to end the stream. Let's try and get 10 tin. We need 2 Surtling cores, don't we? Maybe we just do some foray into the Black Forest and see if we can find some Surtling cores first. There's no point going too crazy, because if we don't find the Surtling cores, we can't smelt any of the tin anyway. So what's further to the south? We've gone north. We've explored around the entire cove. Or bay area. Let's find out what's in the other direction. Because there is a fair lot of Black Forest up to the north. Sun is bright. I actually squinted in real life. It is so bright though. How much do we have? We can take a bit of wood. Looks like that's meadows all the way around south, which is interesting. There's so much Black Forest to the north. And we did have the mountain over to the northeast too. But for the time being, I'm happy to learn the land a little bit by following the coast. Venturing inland, so long as we know which way we're heading, could be fine, but I just think for a bit of... I want to make sure I'm familiar with the land before I go properly looking around. I was kind of hoping to find a bit of Black Forest. Could repair those houses up in the village. Have a couple of campfires and a tier 2 workbench. There was 2 pigs. I thought there was 2 pigs. Speaking of tier 2 workbench, we need to go back and make a tier 3 workbench at home base. Six flint. You need 10, don't you, for the first one? That's 8. Ten wood, 10 flint. We can manage that. So we need 20 wood total and 10 flint. Wrong button. Oh, don't. Oh. There's gotta be more flint here. 9. Something is a bit weird with the spawns. I don't know if I'm just getting very unlucky with things spawning across chunks, but seems like there's been a couple of times I've had things spawn behind me in the meadows lately. At least today. And then two all the way here. And I suppose, technically speaking, 10 for the workbench, 10 for the upgrade. But then we're also going to need a boat. This is a boat. "10 wood for the workbench, 10 wood for the workbench upgrade." But we are well, I mean, it's a bit close to have a workbench upgrade here, right? Just a workbench and a campfire would be nice. We'll burn a food or two and put some signs up that tell us where to go. This is going to be a run where we burn food a lot. If you're opposed to food burning for coal, we might have to suggest you find some alternative regular programming. I'm not so keen on carrying around a kiln everywhere I go to burn wood. $16. I drop half a pile. That's still a lot. Hearing multiple scuffles makes me think there might be a cave nearby, and this would then... Absolutely, if there's a cave nearby, this would be a place to set up. Right here. Both at the same time isn't hardly fair. I almost actually expected that to be the death of me. So many pine trees. Is this Icafir? Elder? Delves and dungeons can be found across the 10th world. 10th world. They are monuments of the past and most often filled with the riches of civilizations long lost. Remember to bring a light source. Chat reconnected again. I didn't disconnect though. Is Stream Elements dying? I don't understand why I keep having issues with chat specifically. It is running Stream Elements chat. Well, if Stream Elements is having problems, I'm gonna have to reset the overlay too. I don't know. I just keep seeing welcome to the chat room in OBS. But it doesn't disconnect. I've got my phone up so I can double check disconnections, right? Yeah, more skeletons. This is a skeleton tower. And the amount of pine trees here really makes... I can't mark the map to find my way back. That time it generally was a navigation thing. Okay, we're full. We're dropping resin and stone. Actually, we need the stone. Don't hit my berry bushes. We technically need the stone for the fireplace. We have copper. Pine wood. We do have a slot free for copper, but we can pick up like 2 pieces. We can't go too far either. We're going to have to actually behave ourselves. We're going to make a little base here. I think this is too high. There it is. You were just there. This does mean we're probably not going to do much more than set up. We're probably not going to do much more than set up that village with just a few bits and bobs. Putting away the hammer too quick has to be the weirdest mechanic in the game. You know what? We're just gonna cook up the next tail, I think. And with the fire here, it's now a great orc deterrent. We don't have to worry about any of the great orcs, bar the brutes. I'm pretty sure the shamans are scared of fire too, aren't they? That is a pretty sure, not a certain. It's so nice. Have a fresh cup of tea. Just the right temperature. I won't lie, my throat is kind of killing me at the moment. Between needing to clear my throat every few seconds But just having been talking for so long, I don't know. I did clip I made a clip actually of the race earlier, and I noticed I don't know if it's like I concentrate more when I'm racing, but I seem to grumble a whole lot more during race day. At least today. Maybe it's a today thing. Maybe the whole VOD will just be me grumbling. My throat does hurt quite a bit. It's been that way for a few days though. Whether it is just talking too much or slouching is probably another thing that isn't helping. Now, have I done that correctly? Yes. Easy. I did not mean to walk into the burial chambers. It's the one deer meat left. Did we not put... Why do we have too many? Bones, flint can stay, rock can stay, regular wood, fine wood. We will find bones, feathers, treasure, otherwise we won't. Yellow mushrooms we'll find down there. Alright. We didn't burn. No, we haven't added any fuel to the fire. Let's see, we didn't burn all of our, Ooh! Skeleton head is definitely a good find. Bone tower shield right now would be amazing. That's such a good shield. Earlier you can get it, the more valuable it is, because something like that can be taken into the mountains at max level. Rightio. Hello. Okay. Well, this is no longer fun. What's fighting? Something's fighting. What a... See, I need Stag Breaker for this, for sure. I blocked at exactly the wrong moment. Another one. See, this is interesting, right? A ghost normally means a settling cause. Ah, that was close. Ghosts hurt a fair bit, don't they? thought I killed myself. There's that arrow. Ow. Get rid of the ghost. One, two, three. 1, 2. That's gonna hurt. Ow. Someone else shooting at us. Yeah. Can't let myself get hit by that. I'm over here. Can't reach him. Oh. Don't let yourself get hit. Ah. Don't know why I'm hearing other things fighting. Out. Okay, so we have a bone pile, which isn't the worst, but we don't exactly have the means to clear a bone pile super effectively. Nor do we have the damage behind the spear level 2 to kill things fast enough to just go get rid of it. Gonna have to try something though. There's where the ghost came from. Quickly. You really hurt. Okay. Wow. Let's not set ourselves on fire. Hey, not happy at all. Welcome in, Bernie. 5 skeleton trophies. We did pretty well. Right. Back in we go. It's only a 1 star. We just need to be careful. Yeah, so... Ow! Never mind. He's gonna kill me. I don't know how to do this. It hurts too much. A 1-star archer, we have to bail. That goes from being a lucrative cave to something we might... Okay, that's not too hard to find. The village south of our main base, right? We definitely need to go get a bed set up over at the base though. want to put a door here. I feel like a door there would be beneficial. Come on. Do we have any bigger houses? This one's lovely. Let's live here. I need a level 2 workbench. Right. So... door. I write no HUD in the title. May well have. Ah, I did. We'll update that because this might end up being a no HUD run. Currently, we're just using HUD at the moment. I think I'll flick the HUD off. Like, actually, from this point on, I'll flick the HUD off for boss fights. But... no, don't do that. That'll be fine. There is a possibility though in the future that this will become a no HUD run, but it's currently just going to be a no map run. I say run, and again I'm going to reiterate very loosely. Run in the sense that this will be the only save I'll be playing no map on, but it's definitely way more of a build world for me. The problem with no HUD at the moment is specifically the build map itself. If I turn the HUD off in vanilla, it gets rid of my build menu, and I then can't build anything. You can change categories, but that's it. I have the hiccups. How do I have the hiccups? And welcome in Tim. Thank you for the hydrate. Neat. I was gonna burn through my stamina, but I still can. I'll burn through a bit of the stamina, then I'll hydrate while it's regenning. I'm doing pretty well, Tim. How are you doing? Did we repair the crossover? There is no crossover here. I also changed my mind. The door is going the other way. So, because that way you have open access to this. Now, chest. This could end up being our main base. There's technically no attachment we have to the other place. So, I would rather a bed than a chest. Can I have both? Wait. I can have both. Awesome. I did miss some repairs. I knew I missed some repairs. Right. So, I think this is going to be our main base. There are so many circling cores in there. I need better armor and better weapons to go get them though. I could take 10 wood into there and use the workbench itself as a blockade. I don't know how the skeleton archer would react if I block him in with a workbench though. Making pizza rolls? Don't get me started on food. I'm overdue for a bit of food, I think. I'm not even terribly hungry. I want food. It's like not a hunger thing. It's just like I want warm food. I think it's there. It's a warm thing. Because it's definitely warm food. And then could I argue that just a warm cup of tea would work? Possibly. I have some in front of me. We're doing pretty well on stats actually at the moment. Where did the pig go? There. $26 wood. That's enough for 2 chests. Pizza rolls do sound good. Something baked at the moment is definitely what I'm in the mood for. Have you ever had that though? Where you feel like you could go for some pizza rolls, for example. But if someone offered you actual pizza, you might be like, no, I'm good, thanks. To me, that's almost an alien concept. We're gonna try to do this again. Same way we did before. Smash, and they hold. Right. And I'm done. Forlorn's bed. do want to keep... We might get rid of the workbench upgrade. We'll bring as much back as we can. It would turn this into a tier 3 workbench. I think I'd be happy to turn it into a tier 3 workbench and just move there. It's right next to a black forest. It's right next to a super lucrative cave, which we might be working towards beating for a little while yet. And I want to be able to keep that place nearby. It's close enough to the spawn stones. My house just not loaded in, or is it on the next little crop of land? There it is. Oh, we'll have to move the beehives too. There's enough beehives just to have a stack of wood alone. Ooh, pardon me. Enough beehives just to have a stack of wood left there alone. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave stone and wood last. Flint as well. Flint is also the same weight. We'll carry back all the stuff that weighs as little as possible. We'll try and figure it out. Let's do a bit of Tetris. We'll try and match carry weight with inventory capacity. There has to be a perfect middle ground. But this is going to be 100 wood right here. Make sure we get the honey first. $100 in wood. Taking that with us. That's fine. Now here is... $50, $30, $50. That. And the one stone. Wow, wait, we have so much more flint than I thought. We don't need those. Berries can go back. Trophies we don't need. Could be a trophy. Technically we don't need either. We have 100 carry weight free, so... One... What else do we take back that weighs something? No room. Oh. Right. Flint respawns? Okay, is the game bugging out? Why didn't Flint doesn't respawn? Things have been spawning oddly though. It seems like things are spawning a lot. I really want to hunt you, dear, but I don't have the carry away. Never mind, you just didn't run away. You're leaving behind deer meat? Or one stone? I pick one stone. Flint has never respawned. Is that something they've added recently? Because that never used to be the case. I used to log in to worlds that were picked clean. You wouldn't find flint. I mean, the WLC server to this day, you won't find flint, you won't find tin or copper. Stuff like that never respawns, to my knowledge. Hey. This is a no nibbling toes zone, thank you very much. With any luck, these guys will follow me back to the other bed. And I'll still get all the loot. We'll come back and grab that later. Right. Followed me all the way here. And I, like a dumbass, ran you into a fire. So now you're gone. That's fine. So we have flint, wood, pine wood, leather, already too much leather, trophies and RBDFO. 3 stacks. So we're gonna do it like this. And I think bones are like the next resource up, so we'll put bones in this chat. Another set of 50 berries. I had a lot of berries already. So So I guess we'll go back and get... I don't like that. We need more chests. Alright, so the bottom has stone. We're not sharing it with wood anymore. The wood goes here. Next, we'll have seeds. Maybe coal, that, yes, those. Just odds and ends. At this point, we're not going to have too much in here. And then lastly, we'll have treasure. Now, animal sources. Animal trophies away. Animal trophies can go here. Sources. Cooked meat. We could do cooked and raw. Foraged. There we go. On a boat carved from dark wood beneath ragged sails, you lie with your arms folded across your chest. Blurred faces and... well, off we go. That dream was one that I definitely... It does emulate dreams pretty well. You get halfway through and then you wake up and you go, damn, what was the dream about? But that's half of the cargo we needed to move. The highlight I'm aiming for next stream is going to be we get the carve. Carve is not going to be this stream, it's going to be next stream. So, something I talked about a little earlier actually was the game mechanics of Fallout 4 when you turn survival mode on. Fallout 4 with survival mode means that when you sleep, you save the game. We're more or less going to have to emulate that in its entirety during this game mode. I'm going to use that as an actual mechanic. Something... I paused and I sat down, I did a bit of thinking a little earlier in the stream about how we're actually going to deal with this. We decided we're not using portals because that defeats the purpose of getting lost if you can just portal home. The only thing you lose, I suppose, would be metals and the boat. So if you can't portal home silver, copper, tin, or whatever the case, yes, that's the trade-off, but that's no different to normal. So, no portals, with the concession that we're going to possibly need to portal to the merchant to save ourselves spending an entire stream traveling there and back. I mean, I say that, but it also does sound slightly appealing to me to have to... The whole thing with this run is basically living in the world of Valheim like it's like the real world rules apply kind of deal, you know? Can't magically teleport in the real world, so why would I be able to do it here? And that's basically how I'm looking at it. I mean, too much by how much? So, the idea of physically needing to travel to Howdor every time does sound appealing, but I do need to genuinely think of the practicality of spending 4 hours on a boat just to sell a couple of items. Again, that I am using worst case scenario here. Ideally, Howdor's here. Is, you know, we've already spawned him in, we just haven't realized or found his exact spot. So, we may not need a portal to Howdor, and I'm going to try and live without one. But there is a decent chance that I'll have portal materials on me when we go Howdor hunting, and I will place a Howdor portal down. It all depends. We're not actually going to know. We're never going to be close enough to Howdor to know if we're actually about to find Howdor. But does stand, I mean, basically Howdor's going to be an accident. Looking for Howdor is all fine and dandy once we get a carve or a longboat even. Say that. Once we get a carve or a longboat, if we ever get a carve or a longboat, looking for Howdor is fine. Finding him is genuinely going to be a bit of an accident. A happy accident. Even more than what was on the reverse boss run. Because the reverse boss run, what was fascinating about finding Howdor on the reverse boss run is that I stopped, placed down the workbench, I placed down the portal, I repaired the boat, and I took one step inland, and it was actually that one step inland that caused him to pop onto the map. But that's the thing, I would not have known he was there if it wasn't for the fact the map updated and gave me a giant money bag icon. The fact it did meant that I knew I'd found the spot. Without that map icon actually popping, I could walk past Howder and not ever know. Right. I don't like this chest, how it is. It's gross. Seeds can definitely go over there. We'll have to make a 5th row. We're definitely going to have to make a 5th row. Where's our... raw meat. Oh. This isn't so bad. For a new home, this isn't the worst. We are going to have to make a new chest series here. Treasure on the far end. Empty, I guess. We'll have spare stuff. Feet. Empty now for some reason. And we're gonna need a ton of wood to go make the beehives again. That works out. Foraged and farmed. Seed. Yeah, we might have to rethink this later. For now, it'll do. First things first. Bed is way too far stuck out from the side of the wall. We need 15 flint, 10 wood, 20 leather scraps. stamina, and we'll eat neck. Neck is like... We need to stop cooking neck and save it for potions. What we also need to do is tame a boar. Hold on, piggy. Don't go dying on me, okay? Don't go running into my axe, sweet. Right. Right now, we just need a little cubby for you, okay? Thought I died at the camera angle. The fear. I thought I died. Okay. Why is this awkward? Don't do that. Alright, you want 3 berries. It's my final offer. You live in that boat now. I'm gonna leave you there. And I think I'm gonna give myself a definitive timer. Save myself meandering around. I'm gonna tidy up this place. We're gonna do a bit of cleaning, wood cutting, prepping. I want to get myself the tier 3 workbench sorted. But I think the definitive point, no matter what, we break out is going to be when that boar gets tamed. Because I don't plan on leaving this place until the boar is tamed. I'm pretty sure he's already forgotten we're here. He might need a few more raspberries, so we might throw a couple more in there before he gets too comfortable. We accidentally felled another tree, did we? 3 with 1. I don't like the fact that's there. Can you move, please? I just need you to fall down. Okay. Now, we can hit all 3. Perfect. There goes 1. Oh. There goes 2. And the stump. And we have the pickaxes too, so we can technically just get rid of some of these stones if we want to clear the place up properly. Quite a lot of pickaxe XP. That rock can stay. We'll give him 10. I know. There you go. There's your other 7. Oh, there's a log already there. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. Trying to min-max the amount of health I have on the axe left. That works. Did we fell another tree over there? I want to keep cutting down too many. These stumps are going to be the last of the axe. That was actually it, the last of the axe. That probably is actually it. We do have to build some beehives. Where do we put the beehives? Right. So, 20 stone, 40 wood. Hide. Okay. And the arrows could probably go here for now. Till I figure out a better spot. Or maybe in the treasure chest. I don't want to head off too far away. I definitely want to stick around close enough that the pig can still be tamed. But that does mean time to kill. Yellow hearts, which is good. I have 50 wood. Let's get the rest of this place repaired then. I don't know how long we're going to be waiting for the little kitty, but... hate that. Now we have to wait for a cultivator to be able to fix this spot. Alright, we need to move. I'm finding a new house. Garden landscaping gone wrong. Alright. So we guaranteed still have the 1-star archer in the cave, but can you stop? So close. Nice. Fair amount of grumbly voice. But that's a fair amount of wood and stone I've got collected now. There's copper to the north. We need to stay within view distance of the pig. I'm pretty sure the copper is going to be outside of that view distance. I'm pretty sure the cavern's going to be outside of that view distance. But let's finish the pig taming off stream. Because I have kind of run through, I think, my to-do list for today. We moved homes, and I think this is an infinitely better home. We know that spawn is across the river to the north, so we're not super far away from a place of recognition. We know that the north is a cove, so it loops around on itself, but there is a river up to the north end of the cove. Given all that we've done today, though, I'm actually pretty happy. I wasn't expecting to be this far through, in the sense that I wasn't exactly here to fight and beat all the bosses or beat the game. I feel like no map is more, and as I think the title says, it's not a run, it's a lifestyle. And I think that's how I want to play through this. A very chill, relaxed, indefinite playthrough, sort of. The idea that I would keep this map. Ideally, I wouldn't be tagging Mistlands because I would love to come back to the no map run after the Mistlands update. I think that would be phenomenal. Keep this map and have it run through at the end of the year when the Mistlands update drops and be able to reuse this map, come back to it. Get re-familiarized with all the layout and the waypoints and then the landmarks. For now, I'm going to sit here off stream and I'm going to make this piggy go tame. Until then, let's have a look and see who's online. I know Cyan Chan said he was going to be online. Cyan Chan is online. Throne is back with Metro Exodus. Jonathan Raymaker is doing Valheim or the Permadeath today. Let's have a look. If Twitch could load, then I'd be able to read. Ooh. Jonathan Raymaker's doing a pacifist run, where he's using animals and mobs in an attempt to kill all of the bosses. It's pacifist in the sense that he never draws blood himself, but he's definitely training his own army. And I suppose a general in the army with a 0 kill count and... You know, like, in a sense, maybe they are a pacifist, who knows? But I think we have to show some ups. Science Chan has been... He started streaming the other day, and I definitely think we could give him a bit of love tonight. I think it would be absolutely amazing. Seeing some of the stuff he's made for his channel already, I am absolutely excited to get him to affiliate and see what else he comes up with to bring forth into the community, because I already love... He's got a periodic table of games as his background wallpaper, and I absolutely love that that's a thing. Just selection of all of his games and interests too. There's a couple of Easter eggs in there. He's got the planet Saturn. He's also got... What did he call them? They were crystals of sulfur. Sulfur crystals on the periodic table of games. But I definitely think we're going to be sending Science Chance some love tonight, because he's started streaming recently and definitely could do... I think he could do with a bit of extra... There was a sentence there. So instead of trying to remember where my brain went haywire, let's just head over and say hello. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to type exclamation raid. If you want the global emotes, there is the global emotes, but raid is broken. The red exclamation mark doesn't work anymore. So, what I need to do... Get rid of the red exclamation. We could just... I think I'm gonna have to change it, actually. Lady, welcome back in. Command, edit, fade. We'll edit it to now to that, but get rid of the red exclamations. Licky, welcome back as well. And yes, you've joined in time for the goodbye. We're gonna head over and say hello to Science Chan. He started streaming. This would be his 6th or 7th stream, so definitely go and show him some appreciation. He is Hungarian, but he does speak English, so... I'm running down the timer. I need to reset. I need to either get another cup of tea or just a throat lozenge, I think, but I'm gonna call it there. Be quiet because the time is almost finished, and I will catch you all later on tonight. 4 PM Pacific Standard Time. I'll be playing Minecraft with Sparkle. Bernie, thank you for the follow.